Hello folks, welcome back to our playthrough of Fallout New Vegas with the Tale of Two Wastelands mod. Just had a somewhat embarrassing moment just now, and I kind of got this all started up, I was ready to go, and then as soon as I activated the satellite, I noticed, oh hey, I'm not streaming, so yeah, let's try this again. So anyways, crashed satellite seems to be the source of the strange transmission you received. What is that transmission anyways? Mysterious broadcast? Oh wait, no, that's... Well, we're not gonna go through it because that has music that will likely get me flagged on YouTube. Believe it or not, I actually didn't get any flags when I, from that moment that happened, I think it was last stream. Or if I did, I didn't get anything that was sent to me. Old World Blues.
In the years before the Great War, Big Mountain had been the home to the brightest minds of the 21st century. Scientists of vision were drawn to the facility to tackle the greatest technological challenges of the era. They sought to create a new world, fueled by technology for the benefit of all mankind. Sonic emitters, space-age alloys, DNA hybridization, force field particle research, autodoc advances in cranial, cardiac, and trauma surgery. The hopes and dreams of a century became realities in the electronic forges of Big Mountain. The nucleus of this research was the Dome, a huge stone facility that held the labs of every science known to man. It was a think tank where no problem could not be solved, where no question could not be answered. The Great War brought a new energy to Big Mountain and its scientists. Although sheltered from the front lines, the scientists waged their own war, fighting their battles at the atomic level. Equations and calculations marched endlessly across chalkboards and computer terminals toward one solution: winning the war. For years, the minds and computers of Big Mountain were a blaze of trajectories, weapon schematics, and nuclear theories. The problems began to outpace the solutions, first geometrically, then exponentially. As the war escalated, so did the questions. On the night of October 23rd, 2077, the scientists received an answer that put all their questions to rest. In the aftermath, Big Mountain's silent experiments went to sleep, their creators slowly dying in the new world that had been left behind. And the great stone in the middle of the Big Empty lay untouched, filled with countless technological wonders. Wonders that, in the end, had been answers to the wrong question.
You know, I've had a conversation with one of my friends before about who is more technologically advanced, the Institute or the Big Empty Mountain, you know, that sort of thing. I think Big Mountain is more technologically advanced than the Institute, because they have teleportation, which the Institute has, but they have a whole bunch of other stuff, which, I mean, the Institute has its own share of stuff, but I think the big thing is when you eventually get to the Sierra Madre, when you learn, like, the technology that exists for that casino, which I believe came from Big Mountain. That kind of like the ability to turn energy into matter, that sort of thing. That I think is what really sets everything apart for Big Mountains. You know what? I should probably grab the fishing battery. No, I'm naked. Where are my clothes? I do like how they took the little map setup that, you know, existed in... Well, I know it existed in Fallout 3. I think there was a version of it in the base game for New Vegas as well. Maybe at the Brotherhood site, but they implemented this whole thing with it for the Big Mountain, which I think is pretty neat. No music. Although maybe this will be okay. We'll see. I'm gonna try it.
I thought I heard the pacification field kick in. Alright, shh. Nobody move. Alright.
Actually, you know what? I am gonna turn. At least turn it down.
You'll handle this. Be warned, intruder. You are in the presence of a mighty...
It's not that? That's that. Oh, radio.
think tank of Big Mountain. The collective geniuses of... We... By Oppenheimer, which one of you self-professed geniuses has been adjusting my volume knob? Who was it? Was it you, 8? Oh, Dr. O, was it? Likely story. O couldn't spark 2 neurons if they were in a lattice of biomed gel.
What? Me? Breaking news, Klein. It wasn't me, all right? I'm the robotical engineer. 8 is sound waves. That's his specialty. You always do this. You always demean me in front of guests. And it's not O, all right? It's...
Enough! Either of you do it again, it'll be the last time. Now... Great. Now I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about?
How are you all speaking through that one voice box?
Did it just say something? Anyone catch that? Boros, you work with animals. Translate. It's a lobotomite. Here, in the dome. Oh, as if this situation couldn't get any worse. Now we've got lobotomites. Dala, get the spray before it excretes all over everything.
Lobotomite? What?
Dr. Klein, if my hypothesis is correct, this lobotomite is the repository of the brain we sent the signal to, the skinvelope once containing it. If so, it's proof that there may indeed be something beyond the crater. Just look at it. The way it blinks. It's like a big, hairless teddy bear.
I know what it is, Dollar. I want to know why it's down here. With its limbs all over everything. And are those penises I see wriggling on its feet?
Oh, no.
Disgusting.
I believe those are toes, Dr. Klein. Little teddy bear toes. Penises are much larger than those tiny extremities. Not that I would know.
I don't recall the human penis ever being that large.
It depends on one's own frame of reference, Dr. O. Look at its little nose with its 2 orifices for ingesting oxygen.
Noses? Why, the great static. These lobotomites confound me with their sheer number of useless extremities.
Let's see. So, I have a couple options here. I can blink slowly with blink expression, but I can't do hold up one finger, point itself, hold up at, or point at them, hold up 5 fingers. Let's try that. See what the reaction is.
Now it's holding up an array of fully erect hand penises.
Oh no!
If it tries to insert them, activate vivisectors. Dr. Klein, wait. I don't believe those gestures were random. Random at all. It's been following our conversation. The lobotomite understands us.
I agree with Boros's histrionic findings. This little lobotomite is unusually attentive for something whose brain has been extracted.
Nonsense. Lobotomites can't comprehend us.
Ace, have you been in the mentats again? If we slow down our oral processoreceptors to understand this excretion, we'll all be rendered ignorant.
All of you, power down, shut up, and let me prove once and for all how wrong you all are. As usual. Lobotomite, do you understand me? Can you speak?
Not to cut your speech off, is there something coming in on the big monitor?
Dr. Klein, a transmission from the Forbidden Zone, coming right at us. It can only be... If it isn't my old colleagues, the mighty think tank of Big Mountain. Big fools, all of you. It is I, Dr. Mobius, transmitting from my dome-shaped dome in the Forbidden Zone. A zone that is, yes, forbidden to you. Even now, my deadly robo-scorpions swarm across Big Mountain with their pincers and pointy laser tails. Soon, all science will be mine. Even the technology sealed in the Big Mountain research centers cannot save you. So cower in your think tank. Wait for the end. That's all. Goodbye. Mobius. Always the same broadcast. He's clearly mad, driven insane by his flawed and imprecise kindergarten-level research methodology.
What are we going to do? There's no way we can breach the Forbidden Zone. There's those robot scorpions everywhere.
The Forbidden Zone, where no brain has ever entered, nor ever returned.
Except Dr. Mobius and the technologies that could save us. They are out of our reach.
And Dr. Mobius mocks us. Did you see his cracked monitor? He's clearly let himself go.
What? Ask the lobotomite for help? Abe, I think you need the fluid levels in your logic assist pumps checked.
If this lobotomite responded, Dr. Klein, then it is clearly intelligent, perhaps even displays heretofore unknown levels of helpfulness.
But what of its brain? We scooped that out. We don't even know where we left it. And for putting it back in, none of us have the knowledge.
Yes, but it's still aware and responsive. Look at it. It's regarding us even now, with its big teddy bear eyes. If we ask it politely, and leave the part about the unnecessary, ruthless lobotomizing out, it might be favorably disposed to us.
You removed my brain? What?
We removed your brain. Yes. So soft, barely wrinkled, yet so flush with knowledge and experience.
She's calling me a smooth brain.
Extraction technology has been standard practice at Big Mountain for an immeasurable amount of time.
Once the brain was out, then came the coils. The Tesla coils. The coils of Nikola Tesla.
Brainless perk. Your brain has been replaced with advanced technologies. Your head can no longer be crippled and is resistant to chemic addiction. And shock from bodily damage. Plus 5% damage threshold, minimum +1. Okay.
Yeah, ain't no need to brag. Wherever your brain is, it's transmitting thoughts to you through the
Tesla coils in its head.
This is fortunate in many respects. If your brain was anywhere in the dome, why, you could access your aggression centers.
Circumventing the pacification field. This is a no-no. We have never been in a fight. We do not want that. Reminds me of my days in American High. And Richie Marcus.
So, that doesn't explain the laser sutures on my chest. And, I'm assuming the whole, stuff that's going on my spine here.
Darla, was it necessary this time?
I assume full responsibility. I take my duties in the prodding and excision of living, breathing tissue quite seriously. Although in truth, the autodoc had done most of the work already. Quite industrious, almost cut into all my investigations. Once it had removed the brain and I misplaced it, other organs began to cry for direction, using your nerves as telegraph wires. Rather than let them send their signals, I removed them as well. Shh, little organs. Go to sleep in your tanks. Dala loves you.
First was the heart.
Heartless perk. Quote-unquote perk, I like. The scars on your chest seem to confirm what the think tank is saying. You cannot be poisoned, and filters in your artificial blood pump will regulate bleeding and healing, allowing all healing items to function at a higher level. Robots are now confused by you, and 50% less likely to score a critical hit.
Oh, wait, I mean, second was the heart. Brain was first. Third was the spine.
And spineless. Due to complications with the procedure, your spine has been replaced as well. Your torso can no longer be crippled, and your strength and damage threshold have been increased. So actually, all of these kind of altogether are pretty good, because your head can't be crippled, which is a pain in the butt in this game. And then, since the torso can't be crippled, you can't be, like what often happens when the torso is crippled is you end up being staggered a lot, so.
spine. Totally overrated, that arrangement of vertebrae. Look at me, with my lumbar and thoracic curvature. Never had a use for any of that. Spineless is what I prefer.
You extracted my brain, but what do you mean misplaced it?
To be correct, you should say, the autodoc took out your brain. It did all the heavy lifting. It has never worked so hard before. It was unusual. It worked so hard on your surgery, it destroyed its own memory. How odd. I bet your brain remembers what happened.
That autodoc junk heap was one of Mobius's creations, like the rest of the talking scrap metal in the attic.
After that, the brain lost itself. Not in the metaphysical sense. Might have gotten flushed into one of the pipes. Actually, that's pretty likely.
If so, it was flushed all the way to Mobius. Flush! That is the sound of flushing. By the Fisher of Rolando, enough of this biological surgery talk. Lobotomite, listen to my voice. It denominates me to ask, but we need your help. In most probable of probabilities, our enemy, Mobius, has your brain. This is not good. He will most likely come after our brains next. We want you to stop him, somehow, with science.
With science. No, I'm not going to help you.
Oh.
Yes, Dr. Klein, what?
Not you, oh, you idiot. I meant oh in the sense of, oh, I wasn't predicting it would respond that way. Can it say no?
I can say no, and I'll do it again. No. I'm leaving.
Leaving? But you can't. I don't mean that as a threat. The radar fence that surrounds the big mountain crater will protect you from straying beyond the facility. The mighty radar fence protects us all. Get too close to the blinking posts, and the proximity warning shall be your warning. You are too close.
If you get near it, your vision will blur as the electrodes in your head shut off one by one. Click, click, click.
Possible memory loss will occur, along with long-term nerve degradation. It is tied to not having a brain attached to your nervous system. But the nerve degradation is nothing to worry about. Such degradation would take many lifespans to become evident, and all biology dies. Such tiny inconveniences are less than the greater convenience and conveyance. You see, if rendered unconscious by the pylons, you will be returned to the sink, seemingly instantaneously, by your deadened perceptions.
So I can't leave?
Enough! We need your help. Will you help us?
Alright, I'm listening.
Excellent. This is turning out much better than the activate the retreat protocols and cower in my room idea I had earlier.
Agreed. Oh, and I've used my robotical knowledge to, transmit the radio map waves to... Settle down, 8. I would have gotten it in a second, all right? 8's transmitted the last known coordinates of the research centers. They, well, move sometimes. Or get buried. Or blow up.
8 is correct. All we need are the schematics. This does not mean we do not want the cold hard technology, however. So do not give in to your biological tired laziness and decide you would sweat too much carrying them. You have a new spine. Use it. And even if you die in the act of reclamation, simply reaching them will auto-transmitify the schematics to us. That is still good. For us.
What are these technologies?
The technologies are the X2 transmitter antenna array, used to focus coherent thought at excessively high frequencies. The psychoanalytic, cardiac dampening, sneaky stealth suit. A suit like nothing this world has ever heard, seen, or could ever see.
And 8's sonic soundwave emitter projectile gun, able to broadcast sound at lethal frequencies. It also gives a great biogel massage.
There. We have informed you of all we need. We estimate if you are focused, your time investment will be minimal, by our standards. If you work quickly, you will be the recipient of a gesture of gratitude from us. We do not bestow these old world gestures lightly.
Well, trust me, I want to get this over as quickly as possible.
Our intentions exactly. The important thing is you rush quickly through this task so as not to waste our time. Do not get curious, or you will end up like the cat of Schrödinger.
We feared you would be tempted to explore Big Mountain Crater and examine the many amazing non-mandatory research labs that lie off your designated path. The many such optional explorations are discouraged. Work hurriedly as if you have blinders on, and leave curiosities and items of interest alone.
So many sciences and developments. Pass them by. Let impatience and the desire to simply finish, to end it all quickly and carelessly guide you.
Right you are, 8. In our test results, we'll make a note about how quickly you ran our maze. Nobel challenge.
After all, there will be plenty of time afterward to partake of the experiments once our bidding is done.
Well, guess I better get walking then.
Oh, Dr. Klein? Dr. Klein? If I may intersect for a moment.
What is it? The lobotomite is asking me things, and I'm trying to ignore them. My processors can't ignore you both at the same time.
Well, you know how we asked it to fetch the sonic emitter thing? Turns out we already have it. What are the odds?
What is this, a high school science fair? Get your act together. You're making us look like a collection of round earthers.
You're always yelling. My receptors can't take it anymore. And neither can my feelings.
I am yelling because you contaminated specimens can't keep your probes off the volume knob on my voice module.
If you have the gun already, I don't understand what you need.
It is truly the end of all intelligence when the lobotomite speaks more wisdom than you geniuses. So, if we have the sound wave, sonic projecto thing gun, then what in Heisenberg's name do we need from X8? Anyone?
I believe we need a new frequency embedded into the gun. It was designed to broadcast many sounds once charged. We just don't know the frequency.
And it is lost in X8, just as X8 is forever lost to us. The sadness of my high school days, the sadness of my youth lost.
Oh, really, Boros? All you did in high school was commie think tattletale and all the kids you hated, you little teacher's pet brown hound.
Give the lobotomite the emitter. Does it have an audio effect frequency loaded?
Oh, I don't think so. Wait.
What is he doing?
I think he's sonjaculating into the gun. Getting it warmed up. Ding. Turkey's done.
You give it to the lobotomite. I'm not touching that thing.
Oh, I don't think so.
I'll do it if you two are going to be ashamed of your own technological needs. Let me give it a little sonic sterilization first. All right. All antibacterial fresh. Here, my little teddy bear. I have thoroughly removed all Robco Termlink code spew from the device. It is clean, shiny, and ready for your hands.
Energy cells have a high expenditure rate. Some extra reserve cells could help out.
Yes, I believe Watt's Electronics tended to make the battery shelf life on the low end.
They certainly did. Batteries for my vivisectors would always come up short right before climax.
I think Watts manufactured holodiscs. Or was it holotapes? Never can keep those two straight. Anyway, we're out of small energy cells. Dala? You have some? Why do we... Actually, never mind. I don't even want to know. And no, I don't want to handle your batteries. Just pass them on to the lobotomite yourself.
This should be enough.
Careful where you're pointing that. That device wasn't always a weapon. It was more like a force field kind of thing. Once.
Force fields prevent us from moving forward or backward. They are irritating.
The sonic emitter was specially designed to disable our own safety fields here in Big Mountain. When some of us lost our access passes, Dr. O...
That only happened once. And I know you were behind stealth fielding my lab keys, Dala. You formographer.
Dr. O, you rewind that comment.
Plenty of rewinding already going on in your formography tapes. Surprised the things don't snap out of their cases with repeated observations.
So this gun you gave me can disable force fields?
Yes. Maybe. Well, no, not apparently.
Yeah, we lost that part of the schematics. Or Boros did. In one of his stupid labs. Or inside one of his stupid pets.
It is lost. All questions lead to this conclusion. The blue fields within Big Mountain shall be fielded with force. Forever.
There's nothing more. I need to stop Mobius.
Fine, so, yes. Get these things for us. Do not attempt to comprehend their complicated schematics. That is for us to do.
Alright, I'll be back with these things.
Well, good. What are the token words spoken in this case? Thank you? Yes. Thank you.
Wait, is it leaving? But, Dr. Klein, the lobotomite will need rest, recuperation, things like that. I volunteer my chambers, so it might be stared at. My monitor radar is slowly scanning its form to collect sensitive data.
No! That would put it too close to us. It could press buttons, turn lights on and off, and worse, let other lobotomites in.
We could give it Mobius's old room. That's where its brain got scooped out anyway. And plus some of its parts are already there. Might be more comforting for it to hang out with its spine and heart. Home is where the heart is, after all. See what I did there? Wet literal.
I suppose. We'll have to move that couch out of there. Been putting that off too long.
H says, let the lobotomite take the Sync Central Intelligence personality chip and reinstall it. That stuffy Mobius program butler can walk the lobotomite, feed it, barter with it for us.
It would also prevent it from going to Higgs Village and taking up residence there. With my teddy bears. And it would be nice to have it so close.
Your logic, combined with my desire to keep the think tank lobotomite free, has swayed me. Here, I present the Sync Central Intelligence. Lobotomite, take this chip to the sink, plug it in, and make sure the chip is clean, or it could skip. Then make whatever crude biologic demands you need of the sink. It will cater to most of your hormonal whims.
I can trade with Sync Intelligence? Then I'll need something to activate that function, won't I?
I cannot dispute your logic. Do we have objects to activate the chip's exchange routines?
What, like stuff? Things?
Yes, things.
I don't know. Might be some old Nuka-Cola or Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle caps lying around. It's not currency per se. Still might be enough to trick the thing's trade routines. Mobius put that test line for caps in the code as a debug command, I think.
I don't believe that was Mobius's reason. His wild speculation concerning post-Holocaust economic systems was quite extensive and of high decibel.
Enough! Surrender these so-called bottle caps, Nuka and Sunset alike. In their role as things, they will serve as adequate test subjects.
All right, here, cap away. Hope that stupid chip chokes on them.
Excuse me, do you have any more? This chip looks like it was mass-produced. Are there other chips?
Are there other chips?
Are you echoing what he said, or are you asking for real?
He's asking, yes. Dr. Klein, there are many other personalities. If you recall, you hurled them off the sink balcony after your argument with Mobius.
It is not an argument if one is clearly right and the other is clearly wrong. I remember now. Yes, lobotomite. There are other chips. If you want, find them. I believe they're stored on holotapes in many of our facilities. But you should stay out of those. No exploring and discovering things. The Sync Central Intelligence should be enough for your needs.
So just plug it into the circular map thing in the sink upstairs?
Yes, you may need to wiggle it in a bit, but don't force it. We can't recode them if you break it. There is no more we can do to aid you, and our patience levels are depleted. Now go. Rest in the sink if you must, but leave us to our research.
If you're done, can we move again? My biogel's starting to crampagulate.
Of course! Go man your science stations! Go! I am surrounded by children.
Alright, let's, so we got the sonic emitter, we'll put that there. Yeah, that should work. 455, not too bad. Sonic emitter revelation now available in the vendor interface.
Salutations and felicitations, sir, and a most jocund welcome to the sink. I am your electronic valet and household central processor. May I be of service, sir?
Are you some kind of artificial intelligence?
Regrettably not, sir. All modules in this habitat are synthetic personalities atop a mundane operating system. There is no intelligence here, sir.
You mean there are other... Well, we already know about the other personality modules. Let me ask you something else.
Indubitably, sir.
What services do you provide?
In addition to managing the personality matrices of the other household utilities, I can provide, sir, with direct access to the commissary. Any goods sir might require may be purchased through my shopkeep interface, whence tiny robots shall deliver them forthwith to this very domicile.
Let me buy some stuff.
Very good, sir. If I might suggest a table wine, the 64 Atomic Claret is a lovely little vintage.
Does he actually offer wine? Whiskey, vodka. He does not offer wine. Oh, for shame. All right. Let's see. Weapons. So sonic emitter revelation. We already actually have that, so I don't need that. We can buy a shovel, but am I gonna need the shovel? I don't know. Oh, I do still have my stealth armor. Alright, the patient gown, I'm gonna sell that. I don't need that with me. Alright, let me put on my armor. And then we got a little bed. Let's use the bed. We'll make a new save for it. I think I can probably leave the radio there, so long as it's not too loud. Oh, is it because it's because I had the radio activated in my Pip-Boy? That's why it was going off. Alright, so we are in the big MT. Let's go for the sonic emitter upgrade. That's probably the best thing to do, because then we can get through some force fields.
You will not escape the eyes of my robo-scorpions or their pincers.
So far, relatively quiet here. So I'm thinking about like some of the stuff that they mentioned, and they said something about the autodock being a thing of Mobius. Is that this particular autodock, or is the autodock in general like a something used by Mobius? I'm not entirely sure. We'll grab the Sunset Sarsaparilla. Gives us a little bit of something to use to heal. Found one of the labs. DNA Preservation Lab. But again, we want the force field upgrade. So I'm trying to remember like how I've done this before. Usually I end up taking back my brain. Is that a permanent thing, or can you switch out the brain? I can't quite remember. We have a dog and we have a Night Stalker here. Couple things of dog meat, some overcharged energy cells. Interesting, but I don't know if I necessarily want to do that overcharged ones. Our sneakiness is working pretty well here, though. I will definitely say that. No, I think it is over here. But let me check this real quick. 308 rounds. Electron charge packs. We'll grab those. Uh-oh. I believe the game has crashed. Oh, shit. Well, this is the first time this has happened. Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully I'm not too far back. Maybe if I'm lucky, it did do a autosave. No, it did an autosave outside of right after I just left the big MT. And maybe eventually. Okay, come on, OBS, pick it up. Oh my god.
Intruder, you will not escape the eyes of my robo-scorpions.
Alright, let's try this again. For some reason, when I went to OBS and it gave me the option to capture it, it gave me a whole separate, okay, well, it's picking it up now, so that's good at least. But, yeah, for some reason, like, I didn't change anything, but, yeah, for some reason it was not, selecting, or gave a whole separate selection for the executable for New Vegas, so I don't know. I don't know what was going on there. Alright, so we're going to try this again. Hopefully without a crash. Because if it does crash again... Okay, there was not a mine there last time I came through here. Maybe the way I came through was a little different, but it wasn't that different. But yeah, if it crashes when I try to go in there again, that may be a very bad sign. I'm trying to think if I've ever done... Well, no, I haven't done this in Tale of Two Wastelands. Because I haven't made it to... This is the first time I've made it to New Vegas in Tale of Two Wastelands. So yeah, if that ends up being a crash point, oh, that's going to be a bad time. I might, if that does prove to be a crash point, just end the run, because that will be a bad sign. I mean, yes, I could go back and do other stuff, but part of this playthrough was also just to see how stable Tale of Two Wastelands is. And you would think being part of being in the New Vegas portion, that things would be more stable. Like, for the most part, things are stable in Fallout 3 portion. There were a few weird things, a few of the map issues with, like, the rad scorpions, but again, that was kind of something that existed in regular New Vegas as well. Or, well, maybe regular Fallout 3 as well, too, but... Alright, we are here. Let us save. Okay. So yeah, that was just one of the random things that happens. I have to say, this whole thing is really gruesome. I don't think this is the auto dock that does this. It's some other part of it, I think. I know I could go through and try and learn all the lore around here, but I'm not really looking to do that. Alright, test subject information. Internal memos. No, none of that I'm looking to do. I have to say, this little Mr. Orderly is very, very pretty. Oh yeah, this is the whole splicing facility terminal. Alright, spliced lobotomite and robot.
Alive for the first time ever. What is this strange new world around me? What does it hold in store for a dreamer such as myself? No.
Oh, nose. One thing that's kind of weird there. How did a lobotomite end up creating a robo-brain with a splicer? Unless it's just maybe not so much being a lobotomite, but just any sort of organic creature. Oh, I know we can find more splicing like things around here, so we'll keep an eye out. Actually, think about it, maybe it's not necessarily having a creature. Maybe it has to be a human itself. I don't know. Well, here's a lobotomite. Interesting that the lobotomite goggles hurt the intelligence there. Definitely gonna grab the proton axe. Right now, I don't think it's better. 36 versus 60. We'll see if we get an upgraded version if it's better. That's a flamer fuel, but I'm not really using it here. But it's available if we need it, I guess. You know what? I am going to grab a shovel, because I think there is a point with the one doctor's robo-dog where we actually may be able to use the shovel. Project Burke and Project Air. Grave robbing? Oh dear. Oh, here we go. Institutional data retrieval basic test. You must by any means necessary retrieve 3 student files from an average high school. Basic security protocols have been activated.
Attention, students. This is the pre-recorded voice of your pre-recorded principal.
Of your pre-recorded principal.
You may know me as the head chief first researcher of labs C9 and C14. There I fought valiantly to preserve rattlesnake DNA and put it right where it belongs.
Ow!
Especially if you can make a magnificent cazador. Enough about me. It has come to my attention. Seemingly innocent children have been subverted by red
But why did I have a Wild Wasteland thing?
is a most serious matter, requiring the most serious of detentions. Can you spell detention? I'll tell you how I spell it. Detention. Commie Pico trainers? Oh. Now I will send vicious cybernetic cyborg dogs through the corridors to weed
I don't think that was it. I don't know what the Wild Wasteland thing was triggered for.
especially you, Betsy Bright, who turned me down to hide this dance so you could smoke with Ricky Marcus. All monitors will also be vigilant. Step outside during class, and they'll make sure you make a speedy jump back to your desk. Hold your urine and wait for the proper bathroom break time.
Why is the hall monitor? No, bad doggos. Dogs should not have ranged combat. Rookie, hello. The Wolverines was the Wild Wasteland? Oh, was that the banner thing that was over here? Oh, this, okay. Oh, from, what is it, Red Dawn? Yeah, Red Dawn reference. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at the wall when that came up, so I was like, "What is this about?" We can get signs almost there. It fits since it's a communist scenario thing. I guess that is true, isn't it? Then again, I mean, all the stuff in Fallout pre-war was pretty much commie inspired. So, Rookie, how are you doing today? Just letting you know, I have the flu and consumed like 20 bottles of water. I'll be frequently leaving for the restroom. Oof. I think someone was sick last stream too. You weren't sick last stream, were you? Who was it? Was it Zarich maybe? Oh, someone was. I know someone mentioned being sick last stream. Me this week. Just, okay, got sick 3 days ago. Okay, so it wasn't you yet. I know someone mentioned it last stream. I know I wasn't really sick, but I just really wasn't feeling going to work, so I called off on Saturday, Sunday. Where's the damn hall monitor? But yeah, that was more just not wanting to go to work in general. You know, I'd lost some of my attendance points, so I was like, oh hey, you know what? I can probably go ahead and call off. I would have called off even a little bit more, like just taking Saturday, Sunday, and Monday and finish off the week. Problem though was I needed PTO for my pre-approved vacation coming up, so I think that's coming up in like a couple weeks. All right, Ricky, you go do that. Ah! I blew myself up there. Ow. Alright, remind ourselves. Remember that this thing can hurt you as well. How much damage does this thing do right now? 31 damage, so it's not bad. Although it's quite useless against the regular lobotomite. Is this part of the, oh, that's the turret control system. Deactivate the turrets. So theoretically, I only have to, take care of the dog now. Can't get that up. Can't get through that, unfortunately.
Down at the end of the hall is ball storage for jocks who like balls. Like Richie Marcus. Did you hear me, Betsy? Richie likes balls.
Bad doggo. Alright, we got a gate there. We can get the records from here. Unexcused absences, disruptive behavior, smoking on school property. Oh noes. Betsy is such a bad girl. Is there anything useful in there? Looks like just baseball bats and all that. Or am I going for vacation? It's more of a staycation. It's
Hello again. None of us thought you would get this far.
anything useful here? No, not really. Yeah, it's more of a staycation. Because we have pre-approved vacation that we can put in for, and we can do like up to 2 weeks. So I did 1 week around my birthday. That was back in July, and then the other week I did. I want to say it was like the first week of. Oh, this one I know is why this is a wild wasteland. It's dogs around the poker table. Yeah, the other one I think is going to be the first, like, full week of December, I think. Like around the 5th or something like that. And yeah, I haven't decided anything, if I'm doing anything special for it. But just not having to worry about going to work is good in itself. So unfortunately, I can't do Christmas. At least not for pre-approved. I could put in ahead of time, try and get it off, but then it's like in competition with everyone else. But since I've been in the casino industry, I've just kind of come to accept having to work a lot of those holidays. Let's grab that proton axe and repair it with this one. 48 damage, maybe. Yeah, the bad thing about the casino industry is you really don't get a lot of days off, unfortunately. Or, well, holidays off, I should say. So, often I end up having to, if it falls on a day that I normally work, I end up working it. Is this enough to make a, It is. Okay, cool. Trying to see if I have enough stuff around here to make another weapon repair kit. There's another scrap metal around here. Ricky says that's fair. The reason I have the flu is I got a job recently. Worked literally like a week and a half and woke up the next morning with chills, body aches, sore throat, fever, cough, congestion, wholesome pain. Oof. Yeah, that's why I end up getting my flu shot a lot anymore, because ever since I started working in the casino industry, it seems like I would get sick a lot more often. So it's kind of one of those things that I now try to avoid if possible. I mean, I still end up getting sick at some point during the year, but so long as I can make it less terrible. Ricky says it's been like 2 years since I've been this sick. Actually, I had to go to the doctor, went for a doctor's note for work, then to get some medicine because I did like 2 days trying natural remedies and started coughing blood. Ooh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, coughing blood is not good. Ricky says, yeah, the doctor saw my throat was raw and peeling. That's where the blood in my phlegm was coming from. Your throat was peeling? Ugh. I think I've heard something like that happening before, but like only from like eating something like really like spicy maybe? Oh. But yeah, I'm happy I've never had that happen before. At least not that I ever remember. It's cold and dry here. Well, true. Yeah, I actually do need to probably look into hooking up my humidifier pretty soon here. Because the eczema on my hands has been getting really bad lately. But yeah, no coughing up blood at least. I will say the cold has really sucked lately though, because I was supposed to go to the grocery store today, and yeah, that completely fell through. Because it was like, I think the highest it got was maybe 20, and yeah, I was not ready for that. Ricky says it happened to me real bad once before. Had a throat and chest infection. My throat had actually scabbed over from excessive coughing. Ooh. Currently incomplete. Beware of dog. Okay, so I did need the shovel. Oh, Gabe's digging spot, which looks like it has a bunch of dog shit. I almost wanted to grab those pinion nuts, because I think that goes towards making a caravan lunch, but... You found a recalibration file for the sonic emitter. Take it to the jukebox in the sink. Recalibrate the sonic emitter for new effects. I'm trying to remember, if you killed Gabe, did you get something decent? Attack, Gabe, attack! Oh no, Gabe's gonna die! Ricky says, I vividly remember my doctor saying, oh, I've never seen that before. And I was like, huh? And he said, it appears your throat was peeling and scabbed over. Ooh. Yeah, it's never good when you present something new to a doctor. You don't want to be the test subject. Ow! No, my limbs. Let's go home and sleep. Let's see. I want to take some of this stuff to make more weapon repair kits. 6 of those, and then 3 of these, and leave the rest of it, I think. Yeah, I've heard of throat peeling before, but only like rarely. So, yeah, it's it's not a good spot to be in. I've gone completely the wrong way, haven't I? Oh, there's something over here that I missed. Oh, a wrench. Ricky says, yeah, never good. Thankfully this time it's just swollen and peeling. Well, yeah, at least it's not all scabbed over and stuff. Now, how long are you expecting to be out of work then? Ricky says, however, this may be TMI, but my phlegm is the consistency of rubber cement. Well, that does happen when you get sick. Yeah, that must be a pretty bad infection if it's something like that. Since I got a doctor's note, I'm good for 3 to 5 days. Okay. Yeah, our work, if you're gone for like 3 days. Oh, gotta murder Robo-Scorpions. If you're gone for 3 days, you're, like up to 3 days, they don't really do anything with it. You take attendance points, but it's not like, you know, you can call off up to that far without needing a doctor's note or anything. And even with the doctor's note, I don't think it necessarily makes a difference up to the 3 days. If you're calling out longer than that, then you end up having to put in for like a temporary leave of absence or whatever. Medication I got, I need to take it for 5 days. Ooh. All right. Oh wait, I gotta upgrade the sonic emitter. No. Okay, fine then. Ricky says my work needs a doctor's note or you get written up. Sent my manager a photo of the doctor's note and she sent me a thumbs up. Well, I guess that works. Yeah, the one nice thing about the way we do it is at least you can take mental health days really without issue. They don't question you about it or anything like that. Pretty much a no-fault attendance policy. Quit blowing up and hurting me. Ricky says, that's nice, but this definitely isn't a job. Don't want to stay at long term. More of a meantime sort of thing. Understandable. You know, you make work what you can, and then once you reach the point that you're ready to go, you know, don't be afraid to go. Alright, what do we got now? Purdy boy? That's just alcohol. I'm not really planning to use that. I mean, lessons learned isn't bad for gaining more levels here. Grim Reaper Sprint has its uses. Adamantium Skeleton is good too, though. Although I think I do want to do Living Anatomy. Because then we can see the health and damage threshold of people, which will be nice. Cyborg. This was one of the ones I was looking for. Level 34. Okay, so I have time to get to that. 60 medicine, 60 science. I think I have both of those covered now. But yeah, I can't get to that till level 34. I didn't know it was that far ahead. I thought it was earlier than that, but... Ricky says, I actually did get to stream today for the first time since my meds have fully taken away everything aside from the congestion and sore throat. Well, don't overdo it, because you obviously don't want to, you know, push yourself to the point of making your throat bad again. Felt oddly good stream. We did a chiller game. Okay. As long as you had fun and, you know, as I said, didn't push yourself too much. I think this was one of the things I was looking at earlier. More at home under the open stars than under a roof. Anytime you sleep outside, you gain the benefits of being well rested, even if you don't own the bed. Oh, that's not exactly what I was... Because Roughing It, I think, is... Let's see, there's Roughing It there. Roughing It and Deep Sleep. What's the difference between those? Because Deep Sleep looks like it provides the same... Actually, Deep Sleep looks like it's better because Roughing It, only if you're outside. Ricky says, don't worry, drank plenty of liquids and only been eating soup today. Had 3 cans of lentil soup. I'm not a big lentil person. But hey, so long as you enjoy it. Yeah, that reminds me, oh, I actually probably have to add that to my grocery list. Or did I? You know, I'm out of chicken noodle soup. I still have, like, ramen noodles, like chicken ramen noodles, but... This tunnel runner is kind of nice, but I don't have 8 agility, unfortunately. Ricky says it's alright. My mom made some homemade soup, but that was the first 2 days I was sick. Eat that 3 meals a day, and soon it was gone. Hey, so long as you enjoyed it. As long as it didn't get old. Piercing Strike. That's one of the things I think I want to get. I need 70 unarmed for that. Alright, so we are going to do the Living Anatomy. And yeah, eventually we'll be able to do the cyborg, because let's take a quick look here. Medicine 90, science 75, yeah. No, spicy doggos.
Do not engage the fake mountain force fields. Doing so could allow dangerous ideas or creatures having those ideas to escape.
I dismember you, Bert. What is that about? All the practice shooting limbs off has perfected your aim against limbs. Okay, interesting. What's my supply of Nuka-Cola looking here? I have 9 of them. Okay, that's good enough. Let's, oh, I haven't found that? What? Oh. I wanted to upgrade the sonic emitter. That's... Oh, I do that there? What? I'm very confused. I thought I had to return back. Oh, let's do this then, I guess. Ricky says it was good. It's called caldo de res, which is meat chunks, cabbage, squash, carrots, cilantro, onions, garlic, and corn on the cob halves. Some parts of that are good. Some parts of that sound a little but you know, again, so long as you enjoy it. Cabbage, that is probably the worst part of it for me. Because cabbage, ugh. My mom used to make cabbage rolls, and oh, just the smell of it alone is so horrible. Ricky asks, you don't like cabbage? Cabbage is really good in soup? No, not at all. Invictus, hello. How are you doing today? We are at, we are doing old world blues here.
Attention, students. This is the pre-recorded voice of your pre-recorded principal.
Oh, this is what I need. Invictus says just downloaded a mod for Fallout 4 to add this place into it. I've heard that Big MT is on there now. I haven't had a chance to check it out, but I think I've heard that it's pretty good. All right. Okay, let's just retrieve the stuff again. Do I like wonton soup? I don't think I've ever had it. I've had egg drop soup before. Invictus says I also have Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas and 76 perks in 4. I didn't know there was stuff for that. Now I'm kind of interested. Let's see, Ricky says, I like egg drop soup at certain establishments. Some do them well and others do them horribly. I've only really had it at a place when I was in college. There was a place that had it. I don't know if I've ever had it anywhere back home, now that I think about it. Because I think of the Chinese buffets I've been to around here, if they have had it, I haven't had it. Do I not eat out a lot? Not a whole lot. I do a lot of cooking at home. Like all during COVID when the casino was closed, I ended up making like stuff almost every single day. It was nice. It just wasn't nice having to do dishes all the time, but Invictus says, yeah, like egg drops where they have the egg and or the yolk and egg white in 2 different areas, and it's not even seasoned. And Invictus also makes his own food. Or her own food. One of the two. Whatever you are, Invictus. Their own food. Ricky says, never had them at a Chinese buffet. Order them at sit-down restaurants. Yeah, most of the time, I think Chinese buffets are really the only place that I've had them at. I guess because Chinese buffets are relatively popular around here. Invictus says, I got tired of people cooking wrong, so I cook myself food to not get angry. Also, I'm here. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Invictus. I mean, the general assumption on the internet is that everyone is a guy, but it's not quite that way.
School is a sacred trust. Even though I am a long ago graduate of the facility, now I see its worth and see it was corrupted by fraternities and God.
Okay, don't attack the cyber dog with that because it'll blow up. Ricky says, haven't been to a Chinese buffet in a while. Sounds really good. So long as it's a good one. I know the one I used to go to a lot with my mom was pretty good. Although we haven't actually been there in a while. Ricky says, cooking for myself is dangerous. I may or may not have eaten raw chicken six-ish times. I think the only time I've ever done it is like once, and I noticed it and then immediately like just put it back on the stove and cooked it to temperature and all that. Ricky says, to be fair, I only got sick like 3 times. That's still quite a bit. I've never gotten... No, I don't think I've ever gotten sick from my own cooking. I've gotten sick from making my own drinks before. So I know alcohol and me I gotta be careful with. Invictus, thank you for the follow. Was this the other thing I had to get?
Today, the cafeteria will be serving nothing, because I didn't build one. No cafeteria, no bathrooms, no swirlies, no chocolate pudding left in the chairs of brilliant minds. What are you going to do now, Richie Marcus?
Invictus says your voice is very soothing. Thank you. I get that a lot. Screw it. We're just gonna run. Ricky says, I feel like he'd make good ASMR. It's, if I found it more entertaining for myself, I maybe would look into it, but that's the problem. It's just, ASMR really doesn't do much for me. You know, if I want tingles, there's certain, like, music that I'll listen to, but yeah, ASMR doesn't really do it for me. not it. Ricky says ASMR gives me them tingles and goosebump feelings. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten it, and I've tried a few different ones, but all right. I did want to test out that one other splicing thing I got. Oh, duct tape. I do want that. Ricky says Nubilos used to sleep with game lore. That would be the closest that I would get, yes. Victor says, my brother made a joke and said ASMR gives me diarrhea. Oh no. I'm trying to think of what the proper response would be to that. Can't exactly think of what the proper response is, but do I have 3 wrenches here? I have 3 wrenches. I think I need wonder glue. That's one of the other things I need here. Dog and robot splicing. Did I already grab that, or maybe it was dog and lobotomite? I mean, I guess there is the such a thing as the brown notes, but at least theoretically. Alright, let's try out our splicing here. Oh, clear splicing area. There's some pretty funny parodies about the brown note. Didn't South Park do something about that at one point? Alright, so we've done lobotomite and robot, so let's do lobotomite and dog. Oh god. It went horribly wrong. South Park has done everything, I'm pretty sure. They've definitely done their fair share of everything. I know one of the latest popular things was what they did with Kathleen Kennedy and all that. Robot and dog? Is this regular dog or is this robo dog? This is regular dog, so it makes a robo dog, right? Yes. Why the hell are you just standing there? What are you doing, dog? Okay, heal? Oh, do I have a companion? Have I yet? I don't think I've ever noticed this before. Well, let's see if Roxy continues to follow us for a bit or if she ends up blowing up at some point. Yeah, it's not exactly a full companion because it doesn't have a wheel to it, but Ricky says the last thing I saw with South Park was the COVID special. That was what, 2 years ago, I think now? Probably something like that. Alright. Data retrieval. No, that's not it. What do I need to... Isn't there one more level to this test? I thought so. I don't... Find more information about the X8 test. Wiki says, to be fair, I really only watch anime and YouTube anymore. Streams have been slowly becoming more normal for me. Understandable. Right now, there's really only about one streamer that I regularly watch. He goes by Big Bad Beaver. He does a lot of Project Zomboid content. Alright, we need duct tape. We need Wonder Glue. That should get me one. Was there another Wonder Glue around here? 2 Wonder Glues. Alright, so I need... I guess I just only need one more Wonder Glue to do all of that. Okay. Rookie says I was private line on YouTube for Project Zomboid content. Currently doing a no arms prosthetics challenge. I think I saw a thumbnail for something like that, but I didn't get around to actually watching it. I do wonder how they do that, because me, like, I'm personally, I've enjoyed the challenges that do that with Kenshi. I don't know how Project Zomboid would do with that. Super interesting, like his narration. He's really goofy. He is. Yeah, I've liked, I know probably about maybe a year ago, I think Private Lime, Nurse, a few other people did like a multiplayer thing that I thought was really neat. Is this what I'm looking for? Oh, okay, that is. Find the key to the KX8, or let's see. Key to the X8 kennel, sonic emitter, EM pulse wave upgrade required. Ricky says, I know Ambiguous Amphibian, Private Lime, Axor Nurse, and a few others did a Tileman multiplayer challenge together. How I got into watching Private Lime. Nice. I think I watched Private Lime. What was his first thing that I watched? I'm pretty sure it was Project Zomboid. Ambiguous Amphibian, I think I started watching him with Kenshi. Might have been the same with Nurse as well.
The Research Center has been canceled until further notice. As in, until someone notices it.
I can't remember what the specific one with Private Lime was that I started watching his stuff. I know for YouTube, Call Me Kevin is one of my more regular people that I've watched. And that obviously started with The Sims. Ricky says for Private Lime, watched his Trailer Park Challenge. Interesting. Yeah, I've been thinking about what I want to do next after I finish New Vegas here. I might try to go into Project Zomboid again. You know, since I've done a thing of myself in New Vegas, I might try to do myself in Zomboid. Gonna be a bad time. I can pretty much almost say that. Yeah, I think the longest I've ever survived in Project Zomboid is maybe 2 weeks. Ricky says Ambiguous Amphibian makes some really good Roller Coaster Tycoon and Old Sims videos. Yes, I do like the Old Sims videos. Roller Coaster Tycoon, for whatever reason, never was really interested in me. I know it's like among the pinnacle, like tycoon simulation games, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I've never liked roller coasters. Because, like, just outside of Chicago, there's Six Flags Great America, and we've gone there. Well, back when I was in high school, I think we went there a few times. Strangely enough, for our physics class, which I guess kind of makes sense, but yeah, I think I maybe went on one roller coaster ride, and no, two. I went on one that didn't go upside down, and then I went on the Batman ride that did go upside down, and oh, that was enough. I was like, Ricky says I would never play the game, but his commentary style, being so philosophical, is very alluring to me. Understandable. I think for me, a lot of the people that I watch are usually, or well, the games that I watch with a lot of people are usually games that I play. Or at least want to play. So many Night Stalkers here. And yeah, my gaming goes back, well, I had an original NES, so that goes back to, well, like the late 80s. No, bad spicy doggo. Ow! Ricky says, I want to play RimWorld because of Ambiguous Amphibian, but the game is never discounted. I think it was briefly discounted. 58.5 for the multiplas, and that's times 2. Oh, I gotta grab that. That's actually. My problem is that it has quite a few DLC now, so bottom sale it was like 17% off. Well, true, yeah, that's not a whole lot off. And I guess when you think about it, because I think hasn't RimWorld almost been out for like 10 years now? I thought I remember watching a video that said something about that. Is this where I'm supposed to go? No. Ricky says, yeah, so if I get RimWorld, I want to be at least 30% discounted. Understandable. Oh my god. I am not healing much at all. Also, how's the stealth suit doing? It's a little rough. I do have the layer. Not the best. Go for the multiplas. Okay, don't use that because it'll blow yourself up. Go back to the multiplas. Maybe I can get over that. Come here, little thing. No, how do you fail? Alright, let's save and run towards this. I think most of the people that I was dealing with are gone. Also, I don't know what happened to Roxy. She was following me, and then I left the one area, and she's not following me anymore, so. X13 Research Facility. Don't I have a couple things to do here? Attack of the Infiltrator. That's a lot of Night Stalkers there. Why are there so many Night Stalkers? I'm just gonna leave them be. Just gotta remember that they're all hanging out there when we come back here. Oh, this is the armor stuff. Oh, but then I'm gonna have to drop something off. I really don't know what I want to drop off. Well, I can use the weapon repair kits. Help my little sonic gun. I guess the one good thing with the stealth suit that we're going to get, I should be able to use the valence thing. Valence radii accentuator. Sonic emitter notice. What's that about? I think that's just the general thing that we already have, right? I think so. Was that Wonder Glue? No. There's the boots. Thin red paste. That's a healing item, right? Oh, a big healing item. Holy shit. 13 for... that's like 300? Dang, that's a lot. Where do you get the thin red paste from? Oh, there's something that provides it. I think there's a perk, if I remember correctly. Invictus says yes, it's a perk. Okay. I thought so, but I couldn't quite remember. You've obtained the Oral Stealth Suit. Not only can it be upgraded through testing in X13, it also has medics and stimpack reserves for all your pain dampening needs. Medics and stimpaks not included. Alright. Chatty Cathy here. Holy shit, 25 weight. Oh. Well, the Proton Axe, I am not going to use it. Same with the Multiplas. The Lair, I kind of want to keep. And I don't think I need the shovel anymore, so we'll get rid of that.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Who can I hide you from today? Stim-pack reserves adequate.
Alright, so right now it only
Okay
provides
on
plus
medics,
15.
until we have to numb the pain. Are we being watched?
Kudos. I'll just go through these just to see if it activates anything. Not gonna read all of it though. Another damaged prototype. You know, one thing I would love to have, like, I know the Fallout games are pretty good in, you know, the genre that they're in, but I would really like to see a, kind of like a strategy game that takes place, like, during the war. Obviously not like nuclear part of it, or maybe you could have something like in the post-nuclear sense a little bit.
Data collection array online. Please use the terminal below to begin user synchronization.
But like, after I did the Operation Anchorage DLC, it just seems like there's already like a lot of stuff that kind of sets up what could be, I think, a really good strategy game. Because it even seems like, you know, there'd maybe be elements from like Command and Conquer series. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be EA that would do it, because I don't see EA and Bethesda working together for it. But if Bethesda ever did want to expand their horizons into strategy, I think it would be a cool thing for them to do. But I'm also saying this as someone who's big in strategy games and all that, so I am definitely biased towards it. Certainly if I had the modding skills, because like, I have lots of ideas for modding, always have, but I've never really had the skills to do it properly. But if I did, I'd definitely look into seeing what I could do with it. Night Stalker Squeezins don't provide much healing, right? No, that's pitiful. So yeah, we're not gonna pick up any more of that. Random, a random bone or something just laying around. Downstairs, is that where the test starts? Oh, maybe. Oh, here it is. Test selection,
This
basic.
is the basic stealth test. The robots will be looking for us, but we won't let them find us.
Move, you dang robot. Even though I could probably get past it with my stealth skill. But... that is not where I'm supposed to go. No, test failed.
Too bad. We were spotted by robots. If you go back to the terminal to restart the test, I won't mess up again.
Yes, you will. Dang, you little suit thing.
This should be easy, as long as I don't screw up again.
You know, my other stealth suit has a stealth field on it. Oh, don't look over here. Invictus says there's also a perk to get blood sausages from killing living creatures.
I bet no one has ever
Now,
been as unnoticed as me.
I'm trying to remember, how good is the healing on that? Is that comparable to the thin red paste? Because, yeah, I know I've done the thin red paste before. I don't think I've ever done the blood sausage perk.
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version 1.1. Boot damping sensors online.
Schematics for the Stealth Suit Mark II have been uploaded to the thing.
Time for violence. No. Even I see you. Now I end you. Sting them until they are stupid.
Mean robot bugs. Mean robot bugs. Take this. It will help.
Oh shit, I pissed them all off. Ricky, welcome back. I failed the first little test here, and then Mobius sent out his robots, and then I pissed them off. So we're just having all manner of good time over here. All right. So I have science at 75. Let's go for the next level, unarmed. Eventually, I want to be able to do the get through defenses with my melee weapons. Although I am going to max out energy weapons just to be done with it.
Uh-oh.
Destroy this one, I'll make more.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
You won't escape me.
That's all.
But yeah, other than that, Rookie, just been talking about kind of my ideas if there was like a Fallout strategy game, like a proper strategy game, not Fallout Tactics. Tactics definitely is. I mean, yes, it is strategy, but it is.
Bad guys dealt with.
I've tried Tactics. I could never really get into it. If you could even get Tactics to run, I think I have gotten it to run. It just was not anything that I really particularly enjoyed, though.
This is the advanced test. Watch out for laser tripwires. They'll ruin our day.
Invictus says, I made a minigame for Fallout that lets you get caps. Really? Like in New Vegas? Let's disarm the laser tripwire with science. Oh, and 4. Okay. Well, I guess having gone through here and beaten up the poor robots, it's actually made things quite a bit easier for this test. Honestly, I guess that's just what you do to get through this, is just make a run through, destroy all the robots. And then you don't have the patrols anymore. Get the chance to undo all of these for extra experience.
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version 1.2. Oral subnet online.
Oral subnets? Alright, what do I get here? Microfusion cells, another magazine.
This is the expert stealth test. If you thought the lasers were bad, wait till you see the proximity mines.
Ricky asks, would you consider Fallout 1 and 2 to be turn-based strategy and not RTS? I guess probably a little bit. Invictus says, Oral, your suit has a mouth? No, Arl.
Technically, it's impossible to overdose on painkillers.
Which, I think when it says oral, it means by, like audio, maybe? I think? Oh.
I bet no one has ever been as unnoticed as me. Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Bad guys dealt with.
Ricky says, giving me dead money PTSD. Afraid you're gonna blow up at some point here? I guess maybe like some of the things about these proximity sensors might just be made to kind of get you ready for dead money. Oh god. Oh. Getting you used to how all of it works.
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version 1.3. Torso fitment synced to user's physiology.
All right. So +1 perception, agility, and sneak. And I think that's it for all of them, right? Oh no, there's still one more. What does the next one do? Robot
This is the robot
compliance.
compliance test. If you sneak up on a robot, you can disable it. It's so easy, even I can't mess up.
There you are. Deactivate. Oh, 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 don't do it.
Too bad. We triggered a mine. If you go back to the terminal to restart the test, I'll do better next time.
And I see they reactivated the robots now. That was not actually the way to go. Ricky says the anxiety I'd get from doing this firsthand. True. I mean, at least in this test, really, it doesn't, like, safety-wise, they don't try to,
This is the robot compliance test.
kill you in this
If you
test.
sneak up on a robot,
Which is
you can
actually
disable
quite,
it.
rare
It's
for
so easy, even I can't
the
mess up.
Fallout universe. You know, usually everything's trying to kill you here. Oh god, where? Oh, there it is. I see it now. Okay. Invictus says you were shot at with the turret a few seconds ago. That's not safe. In fairness, that was because I blew up one of Mobius's robots, and that blew up one of the other robots. So it triggered them to all get pissed off at me. So that was partially my fault. Partially. Other part being Mobius, but yes. Do. What am I gonna get at the grocery store? So let's see. I need to get soup, Pop-Tarts. Gonna get steak because usually every 2 weeks when I go to the grocery store, I try to get a steak to make. What else am I gonna get? Dr. Mobius brand condoms? Oh no. What kind of steak do I usually get? I usually get a strip steak. I like the fat cap that's on it. Usually,
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version
usually what I'll
1.4.
do is
Impulse accelerator online.
Hello, sir.
Plus sneak speed. Okay. Is that all of them? I think so. Usually what I'll do is I will start the steak on the fat cap. Well, obviously, you know, season it and all that. Leave it out for 30 minutes to kind of get closer to room temperature and all that. Start out on the fat cap to render the fat that's on it. And then I will do both sides. Let's see. The way I did it last time, I think I did around 6 minutes each side, something like that.
Good boys and girls take their medics.
Oh, my minions! Sting them in the name of...
Was that all? Time to fight.
Eureka!
What brand of chicken noodle soup do you go for? I usually do the Campbell's. Sometimes you can go for the generic. But I don't know. It's not exactly the same. There's certain things that I find that you can't necessarily get generic. Chicken noodle soup is one of them. I also like to go for the regular Johnsonville Italian hot Italian sausage rather than the store brand, because the store brand it's not seasoned right. Invictus says, "What build do I go for in Fallout 4?"
This one looks pretty tough.
Hold for one moment here. Ow. Ricky says sneak explosives. That could be fun. I will give that. Between planting explosives on people and you know, attacking them from afar with them. You think an assassin? I say go with what Rookie said. I think that would be pretty fun. This stealth suit is not anywhere as good as the regular, well, the Chinese stealth suit from Operation Anchorage.
Was that all?
Ricky says, I think Mobius just made a Lord of the Rings evil eye reference. Something about a watchful eye, right? Is what they said? Invictus says, sneak explosive with bows? Oh.
Ready, steady, fighty.
Possibly. Oh dear. Ricky has there's bows in Fallout 4. I'm assuming modded would would be my guess. Ow!
Take this. It will help.
I swear this stealth suit just wants to fill me full of drugs.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
One thing that I kind of hope that they do in
Righty.
with the Creation Club content, that
Who do you think is cuter?
the new Creation
Dr.
Club content
Klein
that's
or
supposed to
Dr.
come
Burrows?
with the next gen update for Fallout 4. I do hope they bring some of the weapons that they've done in Fallout 76 over. Because even though I'm not a big fan of 76, I do like some of the weapons they have in it, so. That suit is basically Bill Cosby. Oh no. Also, why is it that the lobotomites and the trauma harnesses work together? You'd think they would have exactly do that. Unless maybe the trauma harness sees the lobotomites as being like them, I guess? I don't know. Rookie says the caveman run is very possible in 76. However, it causes extreme brain rot. Oh no. Alright. Oh.
Was that all?
I did like the mutations as well in 76. Thought that was a neat concept to add that. Honestly, I hope they do add, well, I don't know if they'd add something like that as Creation Club content.
Ready?
But
Steady.
I would like to see them add it, eventually in the future, in future Fallout games. Invictus says, I have mutations in 4. There's a mod that adds mutations! Somehow it never occurred to me to actually look for those.
Bad guys dealt with.
Where the hell is the entrance here? Wiki says that would make sense considering 4 and 76 are basically the same engine. Pretty much. Like, honestly, I'm sad they didn't go with the way that I thought they should have gone with 76. Where, at least certainly for what they did with Fallout First, which totally sucked. I was hoping that they would have allowed you to have your own actual, like, privately hosted server, and not just relying on their servers. Everything Todd makes is the same engine. I can't disagree. You know, they talked about how it was going to be a different engine with Starfield, and certainly having played Starfield, you can tell that it has quite a few similarities to the old engine. Ricky says, same. Thought it was going to go the DayZ route. For me, it was, like Star Wars Jedi Academy was what was on my mind. Because, so for a little bit of history, Star Wars Jedi Academy is where I did a lot of my role-playing back in the day. There was a role-play server that we had there. And, it was a fun time that we had. But the problem was, eventually we like fell apart, but a lot of the basis that was there was great. And I was kind of hoping for something like that when it came to the 76, but well, that is true, Rookie. Starfield is did fall backwards as far as swimming goes. Which is honestly so stupid. Like, why did you not include that, of all things?
Might I be of service, sir?
Buy some things. Alright, let's go to ammo first. Oh, I have a lot of those too. Those rounds we'll get rid of. We'll get rid of the plasma grenade. I don't need that. Laser pistol. I don't want to get rid of it right now. Even though I probably could. I have storage around here. The footlocker. That'll work. Alright, put that away, put that away. Hold on to the sonic emitter. Chinese stealth armor will put you away. Naughty nightwear, I'll hold on to you. Ammo. We'll just stick with the regular energy cells right now. Rookie says swimming totally wasn't a day one patch or anything. It was. Yeah, Starfield. I hope they're taking the opportunity to really learn from what Starfield was, because it is bad in just an overall sense. I mean, it had some neat ideas and all that, but how does one add sea creatures but no swimming? Wait, are there sea creatures? They implemented quests with sea creatures and thought, oh, we don't need swim? Oof. I know there are areas that have like coastal places you can find, I think. Though I don't think I ever really visited them. Most of the, like, I think the only time I ever went into the water was on,
You're my best friend forever.
the one main world. New Atlantis, is that it? If I'm remembering correctly. Rookie says I did the survey quests, and that's how I figured out that swimming was jank. Oof. Would imagine Neon is where you went for swimming to get the Aurora. I actually avoided it in my first run because I was playing a more good character, so I avoided the Aurora. Even though I still ended up getting into trouble with the UC, because what was the thing that got me in trouble with them? Oh, I think it was I
This
found
one
like
looks pretty tough.
AI parts or whatever. Every good character does drugs. Believe it or
Cessation of
not,
hostilities.
most of the time I don't use drugs in games. Like, it's taken me a long time to finally get into using them a little bit in Fallout. I will say though, when I played Fallout 1 and 2, yeah, that I definitely ended up using drugs, because that was like almost a necessity there. You're using drugs with this armor, she's pumping you full of opioids. Well, yes. Hopefully she's not burning through all my medics here. 46 though. Alright, before with the Chinese stealth armor, I could get pretty close.
Time to fight.
Oh, this armor is so... It sucks so much. Like, I could get right in front of them and they wouldn't notice me. The temptation to get rid of this armor is strong. Although I will say I do travel pretty quickly when I'm in stealth mode, so I'll give it a bonus there. Roxy, you're alive. It's because the Chinese stealth suit made you invisible? Yes. The American one doesn't have that. It's just more durable and does more damage resist, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Damage resist is 28. Damage threshold is 6. I think it's the same. I think the only difference is, well, right now it does have more sneak. Because the Chinese one is 15. This one is 25 upgraded. You get a bonus to sneak speed, and then perception and agility +1. Which one of these? Release the unusual specimen into the testing area. No, that's not it. Do I do this? Does sneak matter when you're a Nightkin, though? Or, let's see. Only you don't get stealth boy sickness like the Nightkin. True. Oh, I gotta go over here. No! Bad doggos!
That's all.
I will say one good thing about this stealth suit, even though she is annoying with all her chatting. I do like that she makes it clear when enemies are taken care of. So you don't have to go back into stealth mode to know that you're clear of enemies. Wiki says, I did love Fallout 1 and 2. You could get addicted to stim packs. Never use chems in those games, always use the doctor's skill. Could you get addicted to stim packs? I don't think I ever had that happen. Ricky says, yeah, my older brother got addicted to stim packs. Oof. That's just sad. Yeah, it was nice having to, or being able to do the, use like the doctor skill and the, really like a regular medic skill too.
Time to fight.
Maybe it's above me. Ow! Ow!
I don't want you to die.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh, bad spacey doggo. Is this where the unique Cazador is? Is it? I think it's another facility, I think. doing purified water. Yeah, I think the Cazadors are in another facility, if I'm thinking correctly. I think, anyways. Honestly, I kind of hope, but... Although, I guess with the, what is it, Heartless? I don't have to worry about being poisoned anymore, so that should actually give me a bonus against them.
Who do you think is cuter, Dr. Klein or Dr. Boros?
I don't care, stealth suit.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
Says it's in the DNA splicing lab. Isn't that where you are? No, I'm in the X8 Research Center. There's the DNA Preservation Lab, Z9. Heartless, is this Kingdom Hearts? You know, I tried to play Kingdom Hearts a long time ago. Because I picked up, like, the collection of it on my PlayStation. But I never got into it.
This one looks pretty tough.
Oh, good?
Was that all?
Well, you're not a fan of Kingdom Hearts? Oh no! They took the thing I came here for. Oh. You are, but I was spared? Oh, okay. Wiki says, all I remember is the unique Cazador has more health than the legendary and is the fastest Cazador. Oof. All right, one more. Downstairs from here. All right. Yeah, go for unarmed. Get us closer to what we need. Even though I think we need, like, what, 80 for it? I wonder about Voracious Reader, if that would be a good perk to have, but then again, I'm not entirely sure. So the thing that I'm looking for here. Piercing Strike, 70 unarmed. That's what I need, okay. Rookie says, my friend told me that Kingdom Hearts made future Dark Souls players. Oh. Is it that tough? Oof. Alright, so thinking of adamantium skeleton. Although finesse could be good too for the criticals, but I think the adamantium skeleton would help. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm up to good karma now? Oh, I've strayed from my path. Ambassador of Peace, who just happened to be the one that blew up Megaton, but you know.
Time to fight.
Invictus says not even hard through the middle of the game. Yeah, again,
Cessation of hostilities.
I don't even think I really went very far into it, but I did get it. I don't know why exactly. Invictus says its story makes no sense. You probably played 2, nobody makes it far into. Oof. Well, if the story made no sense, then I'm a little more happy I didn't get too far into it then. Why am I feeling all discombobulated here just now? All the sign that says X. Was I in a town or an island?
Bad guys dealt with.
I don't even remember. Again, didn't make it very far. I don't even know if I played an hour of it, to be honest. It was kind of one of those games that I bought, but then never got around to playing. Could have been because something else came out at the time that I ended up playing. Can't remember exactly when I bought it, though. I don't think it was around when Spider-Man came out. I don't think I bought it then. Did I buy it around the time the Final Fantasy VII Remake came out? Maybe? Clear signs of Kingdom Hearts 2. Your brain blocks it out. Oh no. Alright. Advanced test now. Ow!
Please step it.
Also, yes, I am using a mod here. That just gives me one option here. Because I've gotten tired of doing the mini game with all the security password stuff. Oh, actually, you know what? Activate it, but then reconfigure.
To the open and identify.
Oh, bad. Invictus says the minigame I made for Fallout 4 was basically Caravan. I'm sorry, Invictus. I'm not a fan of Caravan. I like Blackjack. Ricky says that mod is basically hacking a very easy terminal with 100 signs. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Caravan, but every time I've tried to play it, the brain just says, I don't want to do this. Which you'd think I would do a little bit better, being a dealer myself, but it just, I don't know. But then again, even though I'm a dealer, like when I learned craps, a lot of my brain just said screw this as well, so. Johnny Casey says people don't want to read rules. That as well, I'll be honest. I don't particularly care for reading the rules for Caravan and all that. Invictus says, yeah, for your strategy game player and a dealer, you should be mega into it. You would think that, but no. Reading rules is one thing, reading a rule that's written in a foreign language is another. Maybe?
Please place all filthy propaganda books in the incinerator chute in the sink. Especially those.
That's all. Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Protect Gun, why are you working with the Night Stalkers? Betrayal.
This is a lawful use of deadly. Unable.
Was that all?
Invictus says also if you max luck in a casino, you get like 5 wins and a bet quantity and you get escorted out. Yeah. Honestly, you don't even need 5, or you don't really, well, I guess max luck to make it maybe a little quicker, but you really only need to be at like 7 luck, I think. To make going through the casino relatively successful. I was trying to do that back when I was in the main part of New Vegas. Then, well, I tried to get the Vicky and Vance casino going, but when I left, I had just beaten the people who were in there. Because, you know, you gotta get the sheriff, then you gotta beat the people who go in there when you visit the casino again. And then I think they finally open it up, but yeah, I didn't end up going back again to try, so that'll be, the gambling will be maybe when we get back from the big MT. Retrieve the test data. DN Agent Perk. Your study of the abominations created at the Big MT has granted you a damage bonus against Night Stalkers. I didn't really need that. Johnny says, it's funny how gambling in New Vegas is so popular, whereas gambling in Fallout 2 isn't. Invictus says, I didn't start the fire. The world was burning when the world was turning out. I actually had to learn that song in my junior year of high school, I think. Johnny said maybe because Fallout 2 isn't popular. And Rookie says, saves come gambling in Fallout 2. Yeah, it's, I guess because at the very least in... I mean, I guess it is interactive in Fallout 2 and Fallout 1 for the gambling, but it's all completely text. At least in New Vegas, you get a little bit of a more visual representation of gambling. Danny says if your save's coming at gambling in Fallout 2, you're doing it entirely wrong. Well, to get you started, have I saved scums for doing that gambling? Yes. Johnny says you should have about 100 plus gamble skill by the time you get to the casino. True, once you do have that, then you really don't have to worry about it. Then you just what is it? You put You hold down the one key to put your bet, the other key to accept it, and then like you just pretty much spam it. If I remember from doing it there. Johnny says funny because holding number key to select dialogue is an added feature from a modern mod for Fallout 1 and 2. Well, I didn't play 1 and 2 until well after. So it could be that it was part of whatever the thing is. I know Quantum has told me what it is, but I keep forgetting what the name of it is that comes with the like the Steam version of Fallouts 1 and 2.
Time to fight. This will keep you on your feet.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, even though I was around and doing gaming when it came out, I don't think I ever really heard of
Cessation of hostilities complete.
Fallout 1 and 2 before, well, yeah, the old Fallout games before Fallout 3. Bethesda retail version of Fallout 2, Steam GOG, actually came with the mod. Can you believe it? The game actually comes with mods. Believe it or not, I can. Because I think,
Uh-oh.
does Morrowind come with mods? I almost want to say Morrowind, like the GOG version,
Fighting over.
has mods.
Uh-oh.
At least they think it's just regular mods. I don't think it's anything official.
That's all. Starting combat. Just kidding.
Honestly, I will say, if it wasn't for all of the mod support that Bethesda does, I don't think as a company they'd be anywhere as successful as they are. Because the mod support is definitely, you know, given their games longevity and all that. Biggs Village isn't where we need to go, right? No. Ricky says, my most vivid memory of Fallout 2
Steady.
is stabbing a Mr. Gutsy with a spear and having a high enough agility to outrun it each turn. I guess that's one way to do it. Yeah, when I did my runs, I don't think I had that high of an agility, so it hurt me. That's part of the reason why I ended up having to rely on drugs a lot when I was doing my runs, because I didn't really give myself a lot of agility. You know, when you max out agility, that gives you a big bonus. No. Seriously. Fine then. Ricky says, I mean, agility equals action points. Fallout 1 and 2 needs the AP for movement and action and all that jazz. Yeah. You know, they went to old school RPG in those games, so. Is that a flame or is that a plasma caster that he has there? Ow! Why do these things have such powerful weapons? Plasma defender. We'll grab it. Ow! Ow! Oh no, the lobotomite has a flamer.
Cessation of hostilities complete. Sneaking done.
Hold it right
Fighting
there.
now. That's all.
I really do think I'm going to just go back to the regular stealth suit when I make my way back. That's a good clip. Oh, what, the, are you talking about the immortal, lobotomite there? Oh. Dang you, Bethesda games. I know technically Obsidian, but it's Bethesda adjacent. It's based off of their engine. Twitch didn't fuck me on the clipping this time around. Well, that's good. Yeah, I don't know what it is with Twitch. Sometimes you go to do a clip, it works, and then you get to do it, and then you name it, and then it says, like, it just can't do it. And then there's other times when you go to do it, and then it just loads, and it does nothing. Yeah, Twitch is,
Was that all?
my opinion of Twitch is complicated, pretty much, to, make it simple. It has a lot of stuff that I do like. Usually get the perpetual load, oof. Yeah, Twitch has a lot of stuff that I like. I like the emotes, I like, the clipping and all that. Although I guess technically YouTube has versions of that now.
Dispersal from botanical gardens predicted in the late evening.
Take this. It will help. Uh-oh.
Alright, return to the thing.
Eureka! Eureka!
Ricky says, I wish Fallout New Vegas was given more time to be made. They had so much planned. Oh, yeah. Although, I'm trying to think. I saw this somewhere, or I discussed this somewhere. I can't quite remember because it seems familiar. But it seems like the best titles that Obsidian came out with are their incomplete ones. Whether it be New Vegas or KOTOR 2. And then I think some people, like, said other titles as well, but, you know, those are the two notable ones for me. $60, I need to get 70. I should have enough to get
Do you like me?
the piercing strike. So
over.
let me stop by the workbench here because I think I have. Yep, make that other weapon repair kit. New Vegas was supposed to have 3 world spaces. The Mojave, Arizona would have fleshed out the Legion faction. I think the third one, Utah, since the background for the Courier. Instead, we got the lore from Terminals and Dialogue. Oh, yeah.
Sneaking down. Fighting hard.
This thing is not strong enough.
Attack!
Yeah, that is something that I kind of wonder, like, because it seems like a lot of Bethesda titles kind of have that issue where it's all in a single world space, at least with the base game, and then it's not till the DLC comes out that it actually expands upon it. When I feel like almost from the start they could do different, like separate world spaces. Although I guess technically they kind of did that with Starfield, and we saw how that came out, but I guess that's just doing it bad with Starfield, so. I mean, hopefully with the technology that, because, you know, even though it's a very similar, you know, engine, all that, I imagine they have made some progress, technology-wise with the Starfield engine, or with the state of the engine where it is with Starfield. So I am hopeful, at the very least, that, let's grab the Saturn Night Fist.
Fighting
I'm hopeful when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6 that they can take that and apply it and actually have us be able to visit several different like continents of Tamriel. Let's see, Ricky says, then I think people data mined from New Vegas that there was supposed to be a playable endgame showing how your actions affected the world, how the factions would have changed things. Said we got the slideshow. Yeah, I've heard of that. So disappointing.
Did you retrieve the technologies yet? We need them, as I have indicated.
I'd be honored if I could hear any knowledge the think tank has to share on the sciences. I don't know if I really want to say this, but sure.
Why, yes. We are filled with the knowledge you speak of. If you wish to know more, simply ask the others. They can help you.
Ricky says, then the coolest part was the ghoul and supermutant race options we didn't get. Yeah. I think that might have been, well, I think I read something that said it was a technology issue with it, but I'm sure probably part of it could have been solved if they had more time to work on it. Let's see. Do I need to say any of this stuff? Nah. I recovered all the technology information.
What? You did? Your survival, let alone success, barely registered in my projections. Now, all I need to do is check my transmission databank. Mobius is always filling it up with his psychotic calls. Oh yes, there's the schematics, just like you said. How truthful.
Ricky says, all in all, it was honestly crazy they made a working game in 10 months. Well, if you have people who have the talents, which certainly Obsidian at the time definitely had a very talented group. Not saying that they aren't now, but I think it has changed since then. But if you have a very talented group who know the far extent of what you can do with an engine, and I think they did receive some help with the engine from Bethesda anyways. You can really push it, you know. And it helped that a lot of the assets were already kind of there. Obviously they did some changes with like the voice work for a lot of the robots and all that, and obviously the voice work for the characters. But a lot of the principal stuff was there, but they just took what was there and enhanced it so much that it is definitely a superior game to regular Fallout 3. Let's see. Do these technologies have the information you need?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, what?
No. I mean, yes. You just need to analyze these technologies for a moment. They are extremely advanced, you know?
Ricky says, I know Microsoft gave Obsidian another Fallout title to make, and I honestly wouldn't mind a Fallout game on the Outer Worlds engine. Could be interesting. Outer Worlds is one of those games I do need to look into playing. I have it with Game Pass, but I just haven't actually looked into it yet. There's some things that I like about it, and then some things I've seen that I'm iffy about it, so I don't know. Do you even know what these technologies do?
I know how these technologies work. Of course I know. If you remember, we described them in clearly abstract, contradictory statements before. Why would we do that if we weren't certain on how to use them? Yes. So let me, a bit. I'll figure it out.
Ricky says I actually bought the Game of the Year edition on Steam Autumn Sale because I own the base game on Epic, but the DLC price was the cost of the Game of the Year on Steam. Yeah, I haven't done any Epic stuff. I've generally avoided it. Like, I appreciate some of the stuff they've done with the free games, but yeah, I don't like Epic. So look, the antenna focuses brainwave patterns, right?
Yes, that's what I believe I said.
And the suit's a cardiac regulator, and the sonic frequency is a spinal vibrator?
I've got it. The cardiac regulator in the suit, the antenna for brain waves, and the sonic frequency for the vertebral nerves.
I'm waiting for you to draw a conclusion.
I'm thinking. This is all very complicated. Let me check something. Of course, I have it. The override sequence to open the Forbidden Zone door is hidden in the schematics. Well, not hidden. It's actually right there, behind the programming equivalent of coffee stains. It's embedded in what seems to be recursive code. It's badly commented there and there. Oh, and null pointers very sloppy, Mobius. You see, using the antenna to boost the emitter's sonic frequency, and the stealth suit to bypass the Forbidden Zone lock. Yes, that could work. Was that my plan? It must have been. Sometimes I truly surprise myself. The door is open, and now Mobius will get his.
The cardiac, spinal, and brainwave aspects of this tech. Couldn't they heal me?
Heal you? What, put you back together like some giant, hard-boiled, yum-yum deviled egg? I mean, technically, these items could all be used to put you back together once you had your brain. But for now, they can be used in the name of aggression. The door should be unsealed. Now, instead of being subjected to threats, we can now send an equally threatening message to Mobius. And that message is science. Deliver this message, and Big Mountain shall be freed from Mobius's reign of terror. You can go now. That's your cue.
All right, goodbye, Mr. Klein. Ricky says, with the UI that awful, it's better just to buy the games discounted on Steam. Oof. No, is that bad? All right. Oh shoot. Can I? Nope. I need to find the personality files for the jukebox to turn it on. Well, screw it.
Technically, it's impossible to overdose on painkillers.
I see you. Now I end you. You're no match for science. Go, my minion. Sting them in the name of all that.
Ricky says, sadly I own Dead Island 2 on Epic, so I can't uninstall it. Oh no. Yeah, the only other game launcher I have, right? Well, I guess technically I have two. I have the EA app, because there are a few games on there that I have. Plus I have, since I have Game Pass Ultimate, I get the basic version of EA's, what is it, EA Play? And then I have the Xbox
Please take this. I don't want you
app
to die.
as well. But I'll say, like, to an extent, I do enjoy Game Pass. It's given me a chance to check out a few different games that I probably wouldn't have checked out.
Have a stim pack.
Value-wise, have I used it as much as I've put into it? Maybe. Vicky says, I'm really excited for the Dead Island 2 DLC that comes out next year. Nice. I think I've generally heard good things about Dead Island 2. Though I haven't played it myself. Really, the only zombie games I've done are Project Zomboid and State of Decay.
Interesting stim pack.
Both the first State of Decay as well as the State of Decay 2, which is... 2 is obviously a far superior product than the first one.
Please take this. I don't want you to die. Do you like me?
Ricky says I have GOG, Steam, Xbox app for Minecraft Bedrock, and Origin because I have Sims 4. Now, are you still on Origin, or are you on the EA app? Origin. Since they've pretty much forced us
Was
to
that all?
switch over, since they changed it for the millionth time there. Ricky says, recommend the entire Dead Rising series and then Dead Island 2. Dead Island 1 didn't
Time
age
to
well.
fight.
Oof. I know, because I haven't played Sims 4 in forever. It was always odd that Sims is on Steam, but it boots on Origin. Yeah, that's kind of one of their pain in the butt sort of things. That's why, like, even though I have The Sims 4, I end up just torrenting it half the time. Just because it's easier to work with. Like, I recently reinstalled The Sims 2 Ultimate Edition. But after just a few times of having it, of going into the game and having it reopened with the EA app, I just said screw it and installed the cracked exe I have from the torrented version of it. So that way I don't have to deal with that anymore, because yeah, that's a pain in the butt. I do use GOG a lot, but most of the stuff I use GOG on, I just download the installers and then play it through that. I don't actually do GOG Galaxy. I think I downloaded Galaxy once for something, but yeah, it's never really been something I particularly liked, so I just kind of like
Technically, it's impossible to
go to the installers.
Ready? Steady.
Plus, I have the storage space on my computer to do it, so. Ricky says, would recommend Dying Light, but I can't fully recommend since I haven't played the second game yet. These guys are causing a lot of damage. Is it because my armor's... Oh, well, that's why, because my armor's gone to shit. Rookie says, honestly, don't mind the GOG Galaxy Launcher. The only game I have on GOG, though, is Medal of Honor Pacific Storm and System Shock Definitive Edition. I think I have, like, 70 games on GOG. Quite a few older games on there.
Time to fight. That's all.
Ow!
Go, my minion!
Uh-oh. Cessation of hostilities complete.
Ricky says, solely got GOG. Oh wait, oh my god. I'm guessing that's to all of the games I have on there. And then solely got GOG to buy Medal of Honor for nostalgia reasons. Understandable. Yeah, I like GOG for a few different reasons. Having the installers be separate means that, especially if I'm like modding certain games that aren't the most mod compatible, if I mess something up, I can just reinstall without much issue. I guess technically Steam does have repairing stuff, but you gotta kind of like, I don't know. I'd rather just reinstall it real quick from the what was I trying to say? Reinstall it from the installer. 70 games is crazy. Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of those were games that were acquired on sale. This is why you make backups. True. Well, like one thing was an old Star Wars game called Star Wars Rebellion. When I would do some modding for that, I didn't quite know what files, like especially when I first started out, I didn't know what files it modified. So I would just, if I messed something up with it, I would just completely uninstall and then reinstall, and then, you know, then be good to go. Although now I kind of know what files it does change, so it's not too difficult to get all taken care of. To back up the files that I need and then just switch them out. Ricky says that's fair. Started out modding with New Vegas, and I've only ever modded Elder Scrolls and Fallout games. I think I've modded quite a few. Although, a lot of my Steam games are ones that benefit from modding as well. Like Stellaris, Total War Warhammer. Let's see. Activate target drones.
This one looks pretty tough. Cessation of hostilities complete.
Ricky says, done some patches here and there for other games, but nothing major. Don't count Project Zomboid and Black Ops 3 Zombies, because workshop modding, but done some mod patches for Saints Row 3 and 4 compatibility. Yeah, a lot of my stuff has done with the workshop, because the workshop just makes things quite a bit easier. Like, honestly, that's probably the thing that really keeps a lot of people going with Steam is workshop support. Well, it was really just great at knowing how to keep both developers and gamers retained. True.
Technically, it's impossible to overdose on painkillers. Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate Valve as a
Was
company.
that all?
I think they've done a good job at most of the stuff that they have focused on.
Time
Well,
to
the Steam controller wasn't very good. I will give that. I have gotten the Steam VR, the Index, and it's nice, although I've learned that VR is not quite for me. Developers in the sense that they're more likely to be found on Steam, and that Valve values indie creators and their sales, good UI, make really good games, yeah. Although I think some of the creators or some of the developers, especially the more established ones, don't exactly like Valve because of how much they take with sales. But that's kind of just a universal thing. Unless you're getting your sales done through your own store, you know, you're gonna have to pay something. Because, you know, back when things were all physical and all that, stores or developers had to pay quite a bit to stores. Totally not biased from my 1,600 hours on CS2 and other Counter-Strike games such as Source and Condition Zero. I will say that, I mean, I played like old Counter-Strike Source, so I never did Counter-Strike 2, but yeah, the games that Valve has actually done were never really, like, you know, spectacular to me. Not for any particular reason, just, I don't know. I guess because a lot of them are shooters and I'm not really a big shooter person. Ricky says, I mean, most of those hours are from CSGO. Now it's called CS2. I've just always been into FPS. When I was younger, like my first game being Call of Duty and Halo 2. Look at you, you youngin'. No. I don't have anywhere close enough to know. Maybe if I still had that one suit on me, that gave the +10 science, I could maybe make it work, but I guess not. Are you going to attack finally, turrets? The turrets are messed up. Oh god. Smack! Smack! You're a chance to hit. Ow! No! My first death in Big MT here. Ricky says, as I've aged, I found that I enjoy retro games a lot, or retro style games. Okay. Alright, let's try and do this just blue. Ow! Oh god.
That's all.
Ricky says, this one game I played recently called Chopped Goblins was really fun. Like a retro Doom-esque shooter. I know there's like a, I think a Warhammer game came out recently that, was kind of, you know, Doom-based. Alright, we'll try one more time with the antenna and see if that can do it. And if not, then we'll try and be sneaky again. I suppose we could go for some drugs. Deploy the drugs.
Time to fight.
Ow! Oh!
Does that feel better?
Oh god, he's gonna blow up probably. Not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Complete.
Alright, we got another layer. I'll grab it. Grab that, and that's it. Alright, so get unarmed up to 70. Ricky said, Goblin Shooter, or Chopped Goblins, sorry, was like $5 on sale. Fairly short, like you can beat it in roughly 2 hours. There's a bunch of secrets and hidden weapons, it's cool. Okay, so long as you enjoy it. What do I want to do now? Let's do barter. Piercing Strike. Should give us a nice boost to most of the enemies we'll face. Ricky said it gave me Lunacid, right? That's how you pronounce it? Vibes with hidden passages, secret weapons. I'm really sad I beat Lunacid. Lunacid, yeah. Happens, Rookie, it happens. Sometimes you're having a lot of fun with the game and then you, well, finish it, so. Found a recalibration file for the sonic emitter. Take it to the jukebox. Yeah. Of course, we haven't enabled the jukebox, so I can't really do anything with it. But it is. It is what it is.
Oh, hello there. You are there, aren't you? Forgive my confusion. So hard to tell these days. You seem familiar somehow. I'm guessing, you're here for your brain, perhaps? It's just up there. Such a nice brain, young, very bright. Little hard to see you. Can you walk into my left, right FOV cone? Ah, that's it. You're coming into focus nicely.
Surrender, Mobius. I don't want to fight you.
Oh, well, that's good. Were we supposed to fight? I certainly don't feel violent, but, well, these contraptions make it hard to tell.
I've defeated your giant Robo-Scorpion. You're next.
Oh, did I leave that on? I thought I'd powered it down. Was wondering what was causing the power outages.
Well, you aren't exactly what I was expecting.
Really? That implies preconceived notions, theories, and a hypothesis about this meeting? Please extrapolate. What was I supposed to be like? After all, it might be worth a cognitive realignment if your theoretical Mobius is better than I.
Why did you steal my brain?
Oh, a variety of reasons. You're something of a homily. Anomaly? You're really quite special, and not in the cranially challenged way. You see, you are the most successful brain extraction experiment ever performed here at Big Mountain. A victim of your own success, as it were. If you were to go back with what your brain knows about the procedure, well, your brain could be popped back in and you could walk right out of here. Can't have brains moving around of their own volition.
Exactly. I want my brain back so I can leave.
Now, that seems to be rather hormonal of you. Flight or fight response, you know. Hard to cut that out completely. Your brain is here, safe with me. We chat over mentats.
No, giving my brain drugs. I'm here to kill you.
Oh, intriguing. I've never been killed before. Although, after that time I got that phlegmy discharge in my biogel, I wished I had been. Well, if there's going to be killing, I defer to your expertise in this matter. How should we begin? Engineering viruses, canceratic beams, atomics, electrocutioning? Or should I summon my minions? Yes, my minions.
I'll trash them like I did your giant piece of junk downstairs.
Oh, now you've done it. I feel a twinge of regret over that little mistake I left on. Minions, destroy this intruder! Or perhaps make it more dramatic. Minions, to me!
There's the evil Mobius.
Oh yes, that's quite a bit better.
This one
If a
looks pretty
protracted
tough.
battle is what you
Does
desire,
he have cloaking?
so be
Is that what's going on with him here?
If I lose another monitor, I'm running out of floor space for my calculations.
This would make you on your feet.
That burns my so that's what being killed feels like.
So that's what being killed feels like.
Does that feel better?
Alright, what does Mobius have on him? Lots and lots of mentats. And lots of psycho. I'm gonna leave everything else.
Does that feel better? Bad guys, dealt with.
Another level up. Uh... Let's go for more survival. Brain, get out.
Well, look who finally dragged themselves in out of the wasteland. And where have we been? Crawling through pits of radioactive muck again?
Are you my brain?
Ah, lovely. Figured that out, have we? Would you like a cookie?
How the hell did Mobius get a hold of my brain?
After the think tank extracted me from your skull, they fell to bickering amongst themselves. I'm sad to say we were quite forgotten about. Dr. Mobius saw an opportunity to gain some leverage and had me spirited away to his dome.
How did he manage that?
I don't know. I'm afraid the trauma of our separation rendered me quite insensate. I didn't come around until I was safely ensconced in this tank. I'm quite sure whatever he did was highly scientific, though.
That seems like a pretty unlikely coincidence.
Hardly. Dr. Mobius keeps a close optical sensor on the goings-on at the think tank. As soon as he saw the opportunity, he took it.
Well, I suppose. Wait, so... Why are you such a dick?
Well, that's a fine how do you do. Me, a, quote, dick, unquote. As if I'm the one responsible for the way you carry on gadding about the wastes. I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults or go charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge. And have we forgotten who got us shot in the head and buried in a shallow grave? Do you think I enjoyed that little moment?
Of course you're responsible. You're my brain.
I most certainly am not. I'm the seat of all reason and logic in our little partnership. All those feelings that motivate you, that sense of righteousness and that rush you get when you help someone, do you know where those come from? Glands. They come from glands. Free of the tyranny of your ape-like and primitive endocrine system, I can see how foolish your motives are.
But you're the source of most of those glands. Unless you're arguing that my thyroid is to blame.
Well, look, it's all a very complex system of biofeedback and other things I wouldn't expect you to understand.
Admit it, you're just as glandular as I am.
Oh, all right. Perhaps I am, but at least I'm logical about it.
Don't you want to be reunited? I thought you'd be happy to get back in my head.
I'm not going to lie to you. The prospect is definitely not that appealing. Look at it from my perspective. Here I have peace, quiet, and safety. Well, barring the odd rogue scorpion. In your head, I've got poison, radiation, grisly injuries, and biological functions. Do you know how much more you can get done when you're not constantly looking for places to urinate? It's quite a lot, I can tell you.
Too bad, I've got arms you don't. You're coming with me.
I can see there's going to be no reasoning with you at all, is there? I'm nothing more than a slave to your deranged glandular whims.
So what, you'd rather just stay here? Never leaving that tank of whatever that stuff is?
Well, certainly there might be some things I miss about being ambulatory. We have seen some incredible sights, haven't we? But still, given the tremendous, potentially life-ending peril that went along with those, yes, I'd rather stay here.
Well, if you like being stuck in there so much, maybe I'll just leave you.
Oh no, please don't leave me here in this nice, safe dome where I have access to nutritive fluids and a fully indexed library. Please don't deprive me of being dragged through a landscape so bleak it was actually improved by the end of the world. I don't know how I could bear it.
Ricky says, I enjoy how in either Fallout 1 or 2 it says the power armor basically would have you shit or piss yourself in the suit and evacuate it and turn your piss into water. Well, you gotta have some way, you know, when you're on long excursions, you know. Because especially with the way power armor was back then, it wasn't very easy to exit the suit. Obviously, by the time of Fallout 4, that kind of changes a little bit. But I imagine in the older ones, it wasn't that easy. Because, like, if you look at Operation Anchorage, the way they kind of had the power armor held up on like, those little lifts or whatever in camp, it seemed like it was kind of cumbersome. What would happen to me if I left you here?
Let me see. I suppose you'd continue on much as you are now, using that synthetic thinking machine to do the heavy lifting. Unless, of course, the batteries run out. But that seems unlikely.
The power armor meat hooks, yes. Look what happened to the think tank. Do you want to end up like them after a few hundred years?
It's true, the brains here have experienced some degree of deterioration. I'm confident that with a few decades of work, I can solve the problem.
Then surely you've taken into account the corrosive effects of long-term exposure to biogel.
Of course I accounted for that! Do you think I'm so stupid? No, you're right. Maintaining my current functionality will be harder than I thought. This bears some further looking into.
Well, I guess, it's too weird, I'll be back later.
In the unlikely event that I evolve some sort of rocket-propelled locomotion, I will be here. Ah, the meat has returned. Lovely.
Let's see.
Look at it from my perspective.
Oh, we've already gone through all of that. What can I do to make this a fair compromise?
If you want me back, we need to establish some ground rules. First, showers. Second, regular checkups. Regular, mind you, and from a reputable doctor. Third, you need to listen to me more than your hormonal choir and genitalian orchestra. Promise me that, and you've got a deal.
Invictus says that's what my girlfriend calls me. The meat has returned. Oh no. Alright, Brain, you got yourself a deal.
Really? I didn't expect you to actually agree to that. I'm afraid that was a bit of a bluff, really. I'm not going with you.
What? Betrayal! So let's see, you'd rather stay here. You really can't believe your gibberish?
I don't believe it. It's just a simple fact. One may as well believe the Earth is round or that the specific gravity of uranium is 18.9.
Maybe I'll just leave you. Why did you never say anything about how you felt before?
What did you think all those self-preservation instincts were? All those times you thought for a fleeting second, maybe I shouldn't punch that deathclaw in the face. That was me telling you exactly how I felt before!
You can flirt with your brain with the flirty perks? Come on, let's go. We're getting out of here.
Ugh, crawl back in there? Are you mad? I don't know where you've been. For all I know, you're riddled with disease or packing one of those delightful head wounds you seem to attract. I'm not crawling back into your head just to ooze right back out again.
Oh, here it is. Come on, you're my brain and I'm your body. This is meant to be, baby.
Are you coming on to me? Sweet Lord, I don't even have the words for how repugnantly wrong that is. Please tell me we weren't that perverse when I was in your head. Ugh. Anyways, even if that was on the table, we have a problem. Even if I wanted to settle myself back in your skull and go to all the trouble of reconnecting nerve endings, Dr. Mobius doesn't have the tools here. We would have to make use of Dr. Klein's lab, and I rather doubt the brains are inclined to share.
They promised to put us back together once I did what they wanted.
And you believe them? Really? I know you were recently deprived of my fabulous advice, but... Really? Once I'm delivered into their clutches, they'll find a way past the radar fence and the whole Mojave will be their playground. And that is assuming, of course, that one of them doesn't take a fancy to our body and decide to slip his own brain into it instead.
Then let's go make them share. Come on, Brain, it's stomping time.
Oh, lovely. We've reached the mindless violence portion of the program. Tell me, what exactly are you, and I use the word loosely, planning?
I'm gonna show them what's really the brightest thing in the room.
Oh, energy weapons, yes. I'd almost forgotten how much fun those are. How do we proceed then?
If the think tank won't hold up their bargain, we'll make them. Let's go.
Right. Look out, think tank. This brain is coming out of its jar. I suppose now that we're reunited, you'll want to fill your torso up with those other meaty parts the think tank took from us. Personally, I think your upgrades are quite a bit better. But now that I'm with you, the Sync's autodock can plug them back in no problem. Right then, off we go. Klein will be in for a nasty shock when he realizes the pacification field won't work on a mind and body reunited.
I assume the brain is with me now. So the Sync's auto-dock personality holotape is in Y17. Well, we should probably go grab that. Because I imagine that's probably part of the thing that we'll need to replace the brain. Ow. Rookie said earlier, would flirting with your brain be considered narcissism? I mean, probably. Alright, we have plenty of ice cold Nuka-Colas. It's time to use those. Invictus says, I think this case would be more like incest, because it thinks for itself and is a part of you. No problem, Rookie. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you end up feeling better, because, yeah, the flu, even though it is among the lesser of the sicknesses sometimes, it can still be rough.
This will stop the pain. This one looks pretty tough. Injecting Stimpack. Bad guys dealt with.
Also need more water again, don't I? Do we have any more of the dirty water? No, so let's go for the regular. Autodoc upgrade cosmetic enhancements. Sync project Autodoc. Trying to see if there's another one around here. Or if the cosmetic is the only one. Invictus says, I wonder, will you keep your organs or you use your endoskeleton? I'm kind of leaning towards using the endoskeleton for most of it. I forgot what all the perks do when you switch between them. So, you know, obviously you're still, even when you replace your, you know, fleshy bits, you're still in a better position than you were. You can swap it around. Yeah. Let's go to the sink. Autodoc, here you are.
Well, how about that? Old Autodoc's back online. Well, alright, come here, let's have a look at you. Well, he ain't the fittest horse that ever ran a race, but he don't appear in immediate danger of keeling over. I can patch you up if you want.
Let's see. I'd like to engage your services.
And rightly so, I should think. Alright then, let me just fire up the old interface for you.
Alright. Cosmetic surgery, get a haircut, swap body parts. So let's see, heart back in. Cardiac arrests. Your heart is back in your body, but some advanced technologies remain. Less resistant to poison, 50%, and robots are only somewhat confused by it. But on the bright side, healing items are twice as effective. Okay, so that's not bad.
Three angry death claws make for a lot.
Somehow I haven't noticed that before. The whole three angry death claws makes for a lot of surgery.
You require some additional.
All right, and then let's see. Reattach your spine. Let's see. Torso can now be crippled again, but your strength and damage threshold bonuses have doubled, +2. I'm trying to think if I want that or not. I mean, I did take the cybernetic stuff, right? Adamantium skeleton. So I'm gonna take less damage anyways. You know what? Let's stick with the fleshy bits, I guess. Put the brain in the pod.
The lobotomite returns. Our lobotomite. Has Dr. Mobius been denominated into scrap metal and voice module parts, as we hoped?
I found my brain. Now you and I are going to settle things. Or actually, you know what? You may have noticed the pacification field is down. Guess what happens now?
A fight? I've never been in a fight. What do I... Ah! Colleagues! Think tank! Alert! Alert! We are under attack!
Ow! Failed picking your brains.
Was that all?
Oh, what's my strength at right now? 8? Not bad. Create some stim packs, create some drugs. Make some drugs. Pod is in the room next to your bed. Okay. Just gonna finish going around here, see if there's anything useful. Might want to reload unless you want the abandoned brain ending. Well, let's do it just to yeah, we save there. Make a quick save. I don't think I've ever done the abandoned brain ending before.
As it had been in the years before the Great War, Big Mountain, the Big Empty, became home to one of the brightest minds of the 23rd century. The courier watched over the Big Empty for years to come, caring for it and keeping its discoveries safe until they were needed to help others. Which had always been Big Mountain's purpose. Past the laboratories and science, it had always been intended as a place to build the future of all mankind.
Although, truth be told, the courier had barely explored the crater in an attempt to rush through and be done with the whole thing. Perhaps that was for the best, however. Curiosity, while sometimes rewarded for its efforts, often proves to be equally dangerous.
The Forbidden Zone continued to be, true to its name, forbidden. No more robo-scorpions were sighted in its canyons. Big Mountain became even emptier, devoid of Dr. Mobius's proclamations forecasting the destruction of anything that dared possess sentience. Still, it is said he lived on in the equations inscribed on the floor and walls of the Forbidden Zone dome. A cobweb tracery of symbols that told of 1,000 brilliant thoughts, now lost to time.
The sink was strangely silent, which it had never been in previous years. The lack of personality modules made the base lifeless and sterile.
Autodoc, always gentle and methodical, kept sewing up the courier in all the right places when the skin split open from repeated wear and tear. The Autodoc was just glad to have purpose again. It heard its simpler brothers and sisters who got shipped to the Sierra Madre were bored out of their skulls in that toxic dead city. In time, the Autodoc found a way to deactivate the Y-17 trauma harnesses, releasing the corpses they had held prisoner for almost 200 years.
As the courier ran through the X-8 facility multiple times, the computers analyzed the test subject's movements. Rather than performing a superficial observation, they realized the subject barely knew what communism was. or even what a high school was. This confused them for a time, until the facility finally realized that its research had succeeded. So it let its cyber dogs out into the wastes to help protect small communities from physical aggression rather than communist propaganda.
The infiltration program in X-13 felt spent, having repeatedly upgraded the stealth suit until it could upgrade it no more. It felt warm, fulfilled, and a bit sluggish. It realized not long after, the stealth suit had left it, without so much as a note on the nightstand. So the infiltration program sent out robo-brains into the wastes, looking for its wayward technology. It eventually found Repcon HQ, and set up a new research center, testing and murdering fiends who kept breaking into the facility.
Oh, hey, Roxy has a whole story to her. I've never noticed this before. And she ran across Rex? Really? And they constructed a litter of cyberpups.
The courier, organs intact, continued onwards, a little less heavy of step, but with all the organs in the right places, as they should be. After all, brains can develop a life of their own when left to their own thoughts, and the courier's brain was more clever than most.
The think tank basement, filled with the lobotomized robotical frames of the doctors, now served as a graveyard. The monitors had recorded the battle in its entirety, including the think tank's final, shrill, terrified screams, whimpers, and pleas for mercy. They broadcast these humiliating last moments as a warning to anyone approaching the perimeter that other smarty pants were not welcome. The courier was the inheritor of the Big Empty, and there was room for only one will in the halls of the think tank dome.
There is an expression in the wasteland, old world blues.
It refers to those so obsessed with the past they can't see the present, much less the future, for what it is.
They stare into the what was, eyes like pilot lights, guttering and spent, as the realities of their world continue on around them.
Science is a long, steady progression into the future. What may seem a sudden event often isn't felt for years, even centuries to come.
In the times following the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, however, old world blues took on a new meaning.
Where once it was viewed as a form of sadness, nostalgia, it became an expression describing the potential for the future.
It can be easy to see science as evil, technology unchecked as the source of all ills, all misfortunes.
With the courier at the helm, science became a beacon for the future. There was old world blues, and new world hope. And hope ruled the day at Big Mountain.
We could say more, but the stories in the Big Empty speak for themselves. Now armed with the transportal ponder, the courier could return to the dome at any time and crack open the secrets of the Big Empty one by one. The Sync sat vigilant, waiting for its master to return, shoes covered in Mojave dust. Only one road yet remained, and it was one the courier had to walk alone.
You've lost the brainless perk and gained the big brain perk. Your brain is back in your body. Okay, well, I guess we didn't get abandoned brain. We, somehow figured out how to do it ourselves? Oh. So your brain's back in your body, but some of the advanced technologies remain. Your head still cannot be crippled. Oh, that's actually great then. But you are only 10% more resistant to addiction now. Surprisingly, your damage threshold has improved by 10%. We got the transportal ponder.
Huzzah, sir! Huzzah! Huzzah, sir!
Alright. I guess we'll put more into survival. And cyborg. So 10% to poison, radiation, energy, and fire resist. Yeah, I think that makes sense, especially after what we went through with the big MT here. Alright, so that's probably a good point for us to end it for today. Oh, well, the good news is the big mountain transportal ponder doesn't weigh anything. Alright, the lair. I think I might take that with me. Plasma defender will put... Actually, you know what? Take the plasma defender. We can do repairs on that. The sonic emitter... We're putting that away. X2 antenna, putting that away. The Saturnite fist. We're putting it away. Alright, stealth suit Mark II. Goodbye. We're going back to our Chinese stealth armor.
Don't you like me anymore?
No, I do not. You're annoying. Plus this one gives me sneakiness.
Might I be safe in the assumption that matters with the think tank have been satisfactorily computed vis-a-vis your residence in this domicile?
Yes, it has. I want to repair things. 100 repair skill. Okay, not bad. Alright, so Plasma Defender, put that there. I don't have any mods for the Plasma Defender, though. But you know what? Maybe we will head out to, trying to think what I want to do here. I'm not entirely sure. I am looking. Gunrunners.
Welcome, sir or ma'am.
Alright. Let's take a look at the miscellaneous stuff. Nothing for energy weapons. What about weapons themselves? Yeah, I may need to go to the Silver Rush. $75 versus 72. So Gehenna is a little bit better. Not a whole lot, though. Alright, well that is probably a good point for us to stop for today. We're gonna head over to the Silver Rush just to be prepared. And then we'll do stuff there next time. Probably help them out. Because I want to be friendly with them because, you know, since I focused on energy weapons, I need a source to buy energy weapons. I mean, we could try stopping at Mick and Ralph's. See if we can get access to the unique stuff.
Welcome to Mick and Ralph's. If you need guns, I'm your man. For general supplies and other services, see my partner Ralph.
Do you have any special items for sale?
Why? Do you work for one of the casinos?
No.
In that case, yes I do. Follow me. Like I always say, a polite society is an armed society.
Alright, taking a look at weapons again. Here's the C4. Embrace of the Mantis King. No. Grenade machine guns. Lil Devil. Oh wait, that's 12.7 millimeter. Thought for a moment it was a an energy weapon. Yeah, he really doesn't have much in the way of energy weapons either. Any mods? No. Is this the same stuff? Let's try special inventory. No, I think that's all the same. Bah. Ralph, what about you? Container of chlorine. What does that go for? I forgot what that goes to. I'll grab it. Since it doesn't have any carry weight to it.
Another satisfying.
Why is the child hiding over here? I have no idea. Alright, let's get ourselves set up at the Silver Rush. And then, yeah, next time we'll... Oh, that's why they're hiding. They knew this stuff was going on. Yes, I did kill him. You want me to kill you too? There's the Apocalypse people. Their little forts. Which probably I should go visit to get Arcade. It might be good enough to get him.
How's it going?
Oh, I got confirmed bachelor, so yeah, I can get him.
Ralph's for all your shopping needs.
But I think I'll do that next time, after I take care of all this stuff at Silver Rush. I don't know if he'll like all the stuff that we do there, so. Alright folks, that's going to be it here for today, so thanks for watching. If you haven't already, be sure to follow me here on Twitch, as well as subscribe over on YouTube to see the previous streams. We'll see if I stream tomorrow, if it's going to be next week. Can't say 100% one way or another. But yeah, thanks for watching, and have a good night.